first round. And yeah, this is going to be a good game. I'm excited for this. I had the whatever that was. I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know why. What even is that screen? It shouldn't be that. Okay, are you seeing the right thing or the wrong thing?
I'm seeing your Discord. Now I'm seeing the game.
Sorry, I figured out what happened. We are good now. For my Discord. All right.
Okay, so Mega Ratty out with the classic, you know, he's got the Toxic Colossus start, and he adds in the Tatapi for a little bit of extra damage, you know, in those close matchups, that really does make the difference. Coyote starting off with the other common toxic start for round one with the Riptorus, the Cardulax. I don't remember the stage too, but getting just enough to have that toxic, it's a good. You get your tankiness from the toxic on that bulwark. He doesn't get the bulwark bonus, but still a tanky unit. Riptorus has that extra damage, but as you can see, Cardulax is just such a strong unit, super tanky.
For sure. For sure. I'm looking forward to this. Tempest Toxic Berserker thing is what I've been playing a lot of lately. But he's got some sort of Scion offsuit here, so I've never really seen that. I am looking forward to seeing how this plays out.
Yeah, interesting play there. Let's see, what does he have in his deck that he would need Scions for to boost up the Omega? Interesting. Let's see how that plays out. KOD opting for the looks like double Mystic, right?
Cody has, it looks like they have set up for that. Yep. I've seen a lot of people run that really early Mystic thing, even round one with the monkey and the staff. And I've never thought much of it. It's a round one that I haven't really seen win much at all, especially against anything toxic or even the 3 water bulwark. It just loses. But its round 2 is undeniably quite good. Mystic and the Ranger staff is almost one of the only ways to play Mystic. I've learned that the hard way. That's more personal opinion, but where I'm seeing that is that the Ranger staff actually grants attack speed when it shields allies, and it helps you maintain that shield. So you keep the attack speed from Mystic, and then the extra shielding in general is also quite good, obviously. And so it's a really good combo. But what I'm struggling with now is when you're going Enchanter Ranger, do you go Gauntlet or Staff? It's hard to say. So what the other thing I've noticed is that like quantity over quality is such a big thing in this game, and it just looks like it just felt like Coyote had so many more units at the start, even though he didn't really. Maybe they're just a little bit more beefy, but the Scion is going to scale really well into this, at least temporarily, and then around 5 and 6, I think Coyote's got a huge edge. So this is going to be a little bit tight, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I've never really seen this team comp before, so I can't really comment on it too much. I still don't see how it could be super effective, but probably just because I don't understand the comp. With the Scions, it just gives the extra Omega power, right? So what does that buff up?
Well, that buffs up all the Scions. With 5 Scion, you get 95 Omega power, which is essentially a 2x on your Omega damage. Particularly powerful on Fleesh because they already have pretty naturally high. And so the 25 cost the stage 1 Fleesh at least, they need the 2x to really do anything. And then the Lynx 2x is pretty decent. For the rest of the board, I believe it's like 45 or 50 Omega power, which isn't huge on what he has right now. Like the Kukaraf benefits from it, but it's not a massive impact. The Cardulax doesn't really benefit that much, and the Ranger isn't gaining that much. The Riptorus is only going to gain a little bit as well. So It's not particularly impactful on the rest of the board. I believe he does have an Alfie, which is going to get the biggest advantage from this. Alfie with the 95 Omega power is really good. He just added another 50 Omega power on top, and 50 energy. So that Alfie is actually going to shred through quite a few things off the bat here. I'm looking forward to, yeah. I've run that augment on Alfie a lot of times. It's very good. Problem is Alfie's a little bit squishy, and he's chucked it at the front to get the Lynx bonus. Okay, so the Lynx wave does a lot of damage, but the other effect it has is every ally it goes through, it grants them 3.5 energy regeneration per second for 5 seconds, which is actually not that high, and it's kind of underwhelming. But it's definitely nothing to ignore. It is still a powerful ability, especially when you already have the 3 water synergy. I'm surprised to see the Phosphorus go down here to the Riptorus. I think that was quite interesting.
That was a fun little play though. I love putting the rogue augment on Phosphorus. No one ever expects it, and like a Phosphorus directly like going straight into the back line's never good. But yeah, that was a fun play.
Yeah, I've been doing that a lot lately. You grab like a Revenant or like a Phantom that you don't actually need, but you just chuck the Rogue on something that is helpful. I've been doing it a lot with Monkia. Monkia Rogue is insane. But what we did notice there is that the Alfie just got stomped, right? The Alfie died way too fast. That Phosphorus didn't even target it first, and the Alfie still dropped. I'm not entirely sure what took it out. But you gotta preserve that Alfie when you're playing a team like Mega Ratty is, especially with the 3 water 5 Scion. Alfie's getting the most benefit from it.
Yeah, I mean, I sympathize with Ratty though, because like that rogue augment just came out of nowhere and put it on the Phosphorus. He probably maybe forgot about it or something, and just yeah, because that came out of nowhere. And from like face value, you look at the enemy team, you think my Scions are probably pretty safe back here, but nah, he's going directly into your backline. Sorry about that.
The full switch is interesting here. It'll probably give him at least 1 round. The question is, what does he do the next round? So it should be interesting, but the bird going back left is actually fascinating. If that thing survives up against Riplance, then it's going to put its Omega straight through the entire backline of Coyote. Although the Riplance walking forward is definitely helpful, but he really needed that Riplance to do some damage.
Yep, Riplance unfortunately tanking on the Lulura, tanking the Riplance fortunately for Coyote there. Not I don't really think he would have won regardless. It's just, and that Omega just lined up perfectly onto all of the Scions. Yeah, just unlucky there.
You've really got to take out that bird early, and right now it's really hard to do so. You almost need to chuck Alfie right at the front so that it targets the bird a little bit easier, but it's going to be really hard, and that bird's going to scale really fast. He's also got the double bloom in now. It's going to be a tough to come back for Mega Ratty. I do hope he has a different team to play for round 2 if he can't pull this one out.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the Scions into Coyote's team. I think he should have. I mean, me personally, I would have just went with the normal Toxic Colossus opening and then built into Mud. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this Scion comp, though it is interesting.
I'm not exactly sure what it works against really, really well. The killer here is that he hasn't chucked on any offensive augments on his Scions or his Berserkers. He's put purely defensive augments. In my experience, you only need 1 or 2 defensive augments. If they can't tank on their own, defensive augments make very little difference. There's just so much that breaks through it. Riplance and Kukaraf, for example. But giving those damage augments or survivability augments on your backline is really valuable. I'm not entirely sure what just went through Mega Ratty's team and destroyed it, but yeah, I think that's game.
Yeah, that does seem to be game. Yep, and game 1 goes to Coyote with, you know, a interesting team comp. I think I saw a Viper made a YouTube video about this specific team comp,
Mm.
with the Mystic in with the Arcanites. A bit of a new take on the classics, but, you have the Mystic in there to give the attack speed to your Phosphorus and your Furiox. Yeah, just the old boys coming through once again with the Arcanite carry.
Yeah, this is gonna be a really interesting game too. I really hope Mega Ratty switches up his team for this one, because I don't know how he's gonna go through with that team. I just don't think it's gonna work. Not against the bird at least. And there's very few things that can take out Bloom right now, and you got to really prepare for it when you come into one of these tournaments.
Yeah, again, I'm a little confused on what the play is with the Scions. Maybe if they're safer, they're smaller units, but still able to like compound a lot of damage. I don't really see how the Omega Power scaling from the Scion bonus goes well with your Mud. Generally, you want to build attack speed with Mud so you can get the slows off quicker, so that you can get the Berserker the Berserker class going sooner, because the more attack speed you have every third auto attack with the Berserker, you get increased damage and stacking attack speed so that your attack speed gets even more, so you get to that third attack even sooner. Um, yeah, again, I'm just very confused. I'm not sure what that was about.
What is interesting is if he didn't have the rogue augment on that bird, Ratty might have won round 2, 3, and maybe even 4, because he wouldn't have needed to switch as well. But I definitely don't think it would have panned out in the long run. I still think Ratty might have gone down to that. But he
Yeah,
definitely would have had a better chance. The other problem was that his berserkers, there was so much spread out from Coyote's team that the berserkers just went down really fast. They took the challenge head on, and the Colossus wasn't doing enough tanking, enough diversion, and all the rest of it. And he needs
yeah,
to preserve them because his Scions are doing a lot of damage at a distance, but he needs something to take out the other things and the other DPS. And so he was struggling a little bit there. Also, the way Coyote set up his team to avoid the flish beams just annihilating Furiox straight away was really good. So we're going to go into game 2.
okay, and it looks like Coyote's playing the same team comp. I was not able to take a look at the Ratty's team comp. So we'll see here in just a second. It looks like he's going for that Mystic, so I wouldn't be surprised if he switched it up here. Okay. Okay, so it does look like he switched his team comp up a little bit. A lot of the same units, but looks like this is the one without Scions, has a few bulwarks in there for the bulwark bonus, and then he has the Mystic finish with Adorius and the Exalted Apon.
Mm.
So yeah, so more of the classic take on this Mud build. You have the Mystic to give your Berserkers attack speed. Berserker gives them extra attack speed. This is all, survivability, and then your carry Berserkers.
Yeah, this Mud Mystic is a really good comp. I've had a lot of trouble trying to beat it. The most interesting thing is that I don't actually know the matchup between. I would assume he's playing the bird again, but I don't actually know the matchup between the Mystic Mud and the bird. I don't know who usually takes the win, or if it's close, or if it's highly skill based. It's going to be. I'm excited to see this. I'm excited to see this. Yeah, the Riptorus. Even though I'm not huge in Riptorus, and I don't think it's a particularly strong or high damage dealer, it is really good round 1. Like, it can Riptorus with a combination of especially toxic can take out most things round 1. It even takes out Carduloc's shield, which is really cool to see. But yeah, he's got the fighters here.
Yeah, it's just a really good 55 cost unit, right? It has the fighter bonus, and it has the toxic that you can build into it round 1. Yeah, I would agree though. Round 1, round 2, Riptorus is like a really solid unit, and then round 3 is feels like it starts to fall off a little bit. Maybe you don't get as much out of your cost compared to something like a Rip Lance, especially if you have that Berserker boost.
Mm. So he does grab the 2 Mystic, 3 Bulwark. No Berserker yet. I don't think this is going to be enough because Coyote's gone for a lot of damage dealers early, which does shred out this 3 Bulwark. He's got no DPS yet, really. That's all it is. I'm not sure what augment he's put on the Grocko. I think it's way too early to throw any augments, especially on a Grocko. And that's going to really cost Mega Ratty some momentum down the line. It's just going to be too hard to swap things out or get those extra points back. It's going to be impactful for this game, I think. But let's see how it goes. But it's undeniable that Mega Ratty absolutely needs to get some DPS on the board. But I've seen this opener lose first 2 rounds pretty often and still do very, very well. So this is the hardest part about playing the team, is positioning in a way that your damage dealers aren't being targeted. Without Colossus, it's a lot harder to taunt things away. But the big thing here is that I've seen a lot of people play the Berserkers a lot further back, so they take longer to run into the battle. You have the risk of them getting distracted by like a Lalura, so it's a hard balance. But I don't know how this one's going to play out. Riplance and Big Monkia are definitely better than Riptorus and Small Monkia.
Yeah, I mean, this is the round where Ratty should start ramping up, you know. This, like you said before, he didn't have any DPS in, but this round 3 is really strong. It's when the 3 Mud comes together. It's when the Toxic comes together. It's when the Berserker comes together. And now you have the Mystic boosting up the Berserkers, like we said earlier. This should be, if not a win, a much closer round. And
Oh, yeah.
it looks like he's going to take it for sure.
Oh, he's got him. He's got him. You can see the Mystic coming into play. You can see the Riptorus and the Monkia, even though they were targeted, they had really good angles and they took out the Riptorus very quickly,
Yeah.
which is actually the biggest DPS Coyote has right now. So that was really huge. It'll be interesting to see if Coyote moves the Riptorus or what his plan is for round 4. And it doesn't look like Coyote's playing the bird anymore, which is unusual. But yeah.
Is this a different team?
It looks like it. I don't think it. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. Sapping Hex is really good here. You can't let either player get that. Oh,
sure. Yeah, bit of a outplay there.
Yeah, Sapping Hex on the ball is a pretty crazy swing.
Yeah, not to mention now he's got pretty much all of his this is where his board really comes together. Now he's got the 3 Mystic. 3 Mystic is going to give you 350 shield, 25% attack speed boost every 8 seconds. As long as your shield's active. And now you have the 4 Mud, so that's going to give 6% attack speed reduction per auto attacks. I think it stacks up to 10 times.
Yeah.
And then restarts. But yeah, this is really where Ratty's team comp all comes together. And then next round, he's going to be spike even better because then he's going to have the augments to put on his damage dealers, survivability on his tanks. This is looking really good from Ratty. And here's where Coyote might start to fall off. We'll have to see what else he has in his team comp and how he reacts to Ratty's placement and position.
Yeah. The 4 Mud and the 2 Berserker is going to outpace, I think, the fighter really well here. I've tried Colossus with this Mud build and lost to the fighters very often. Oh, he's got 2 Muds directly on Phosphorus here, and there's no cleanse augment has come out yet. So it's an instant game for Coyote. I don't think he can come back from that. And the Mystic and Adorius are putting in really good work. Oh, the bird is alive. I'm not sure what happened there. I don't know how the bird is doing so well with like 1 attack speed, but it is. It doesn't have a whole lot of healing or Omnivamp or anything yet, so Mega Ratty should really still take this round.
Too. But yeah, again, Ratty's going to take this round, but Coyote should have a better round once he gets his cleanse on his Phosphorus, on cleanse on Omega. That should help him out a lot there.
He'll get the third bloom next round too and drop Lolura. The question is, does he drop it on a Dorius or the other side of the board?
My
big damage.
Yeah, that's a big hit. Yeah, as we were talking about earlier, like this team comp this opening from Coyote doesn't scale as good into the late game, especially into Raddies who like super hard commits to the late game. Well, I guess it's more mid to late, but still, you know what I mean.
It has a strong mid game.
Yeah.
But the bird is just the best late game in Illuvium right now. I think that's the way to go. I think you reduce healing here. Obviously, just letting the chat know that Mega Ratty cannot hear or see us. But like the healing is the good play here because I've found that if you reduce healing, it targets the Omni Vamp that they give to the Phosphorus really well. See, I don't mind in putting damaging augments on, but the problem, I think positioning is more of an issue. I think you actually put the monkey around the right to make sure that the Phosphorus doesn't take it out. But it's going to be interesting. Or you give like Indomitable to Gorilla, which went down first.
Yeah, also interesting to see him put the pure attack damage onto Rip Lance instead of onto Monkeyer, which will do which will out damage Rip Lance.
So he chucked Cleanse and the one that grants energy attack damage on the Phosphorus. What I did notice is he didn't put Lolura on the board, which is actually very surprising to me. And he doesn't have Omnivamp yet. So I don't know how this is going to play out, but the Phosphorus is looking good. It's going to ramp really well and had really good angles for this first few seconds. Thankfully, Mega Radder isn't going to take too much damage here. But the healing is unreal.
And by the way, when I said Coyote's team doesn't scale, I didn't think he had his Phosphorus with him when I said that. So just so everybody knows.
So he's only going to leave the bird on the board. Even though Cody has an even better round next round, that's really going to give Mega Ratty a little bit more survivability. This should be an interesting round. You've got to stall that bird. You can't let it kill off your entire team. You really need to like 8v1 it. And even then you might lose. I did forget the Mega Ratty has Sapping Hex. Let's see if it comes out. He's building the Great Wall of Grokkos. The Gorilla movement's a little unusual to me, but yeah. He does also have the Mystic chip. Okay, so his plan is to basically take out the bird before it does too much crazy stuff, which is good because it's got crazy ramping on its augments. I just don't know if you can do enough damage. He did reduce healing, so Omnivamp shouldn't be too impactful here when it's probably added by Coyote. And the Sapping Hex does well.
Yeah, you definitely want to get that Phosphorus before it, especially before it's like second Omega and then it's like going constantly. You really want to get him before he starts ramping up. And even then it's like, is this really going to work? You know what I mean? It's very tough.
So he didn't get that last augment on, and he actually gave the 40% Omnivamp to Grokko. Likely a misclick, but it doesn't actually... It's not actually the one that gives it to allies right now, which is interesting. It's certainly something. That Ramphie is going to actually really hurt.
Yeah, that's something a lot of people have been doing with this Arcanite team comp is with the Lolura, you only have that one rogue. You put that Ramphie in there, you get the rogue bonus, and you got a little bit of extra damage into the back line that can just be that situational use.
Especially for invokers. Look at this Monkeyer get out healed. You just hate to see that.
It is what it is.
He's going to take out the Phosphorus, and he's got a really good board for Overload. The Gorilla makes sure of that really well. Because as far as I can tell, these statues are counted individually.
Yeah, very well done from Ratty. That placement for the getting his Berserkers over to the right and getting that, as you said, that Monkeyer onto that Phosphorus was just huge so he could take out the other side of the board. really
Mm.
distracting that phosphorus in the most perfect way so that he can win in the overtime.
Yeah, I really think the sapping hex was really impactful there. Because it has the advantage where cleanse doesn't necessarily deal with it. With sapping hex, it just reduces their attack speed by 15%. He protected the bull so that it didn't die straight away, and then you would lose the sapping hex. What that meant is he's draining the omega power and the attack speed of phosphorus. And even though phosphorus is cleansing mud and all the rest of it, the attack speed drop from sapping hex isn't really going away. The bull was standing right next to it that entire time. Which just slowed down phosphorus enough by the looks of it, and slowed down the rest of the team as well, and meant that the opposing monkey and Riptorus didn't really do a whole lot. So yeah, you love to see it. It's now 1-1. It'll be interesting to see what team both players play. I'm not entirely sure if Cody changes here. If Mega Ratty might have something interesting up his sleeve, hard to say. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Coyote pulls out something different. Very interesting take on the Arcanite build. I've never really seen that before, but you love to see it, the different the way that it works compared to the 3 fire bulwark and 3 water bulwark comp compared to what he's playing. You love to see the variation.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the classic phosphorus team we've seen. I've seen a lot more people, or at least at higher elo, using the omega ramp augment, and this one I believe was using the other one, the one that grants you like attack damage based on omega energy cost.
Yeah.
I don't think that was necessarily would have changed the outcome here. But with the bulwark on Ratty's side, the omega power might have been more impactful than the attack damage.
Yeah, so like when you build the omega power on phosphorus, generally that means you have a front line that you can't get through, and you want to be able to maximize the amount of damage that you can use for your omega, and that also takes into account your positioning has to be better compared to when you're using the fusion igniter.
Because one thing that I forgot until recently is omega power actually factors into Arcanite. I can't remember exactly what the interaction is, but it's something like 30% of omega power is granted as attack speed. That sounds wrong.
Yeah, so
but something's factored in.
yeah, 35% omega power as a 35 extra additional attack damage.
Attack damage, yeah.
Yep.
And so it reflects back into it really well, which is really interesting because then the bird's ultimate, the omega, actually scales off attack damage and omega power. And so you're gaining a whole lot of stuff from Arcanite and is feeding you. It's a feedback loop. It's quite interesting.
Yep.
Looks like we are seeing this.
35% of omega power has attack damage. Sorry.
Yep. It looks like we are seeing the same team come from Coyote. I'm not entirely sure what Ratty's playing. But this should be an interesting match. I think Ratty should have had an even easier time last match than he did, with a little bit weird positioning on that round 4. But let's see if he changes it up. Going for time respite over the true max health damage is interesting, but I have seen time respite on the bird, and it's pretty insane. So I don't blame him for fearing that, at least. I'm not entirely sure what he would put it on. Rip Lance, maybe? But should we... Yeah, I don't know. I think the true damage on Phosphorus is pretty scary too, so I'm really not sure how it's going to play out.
It'll be interesting to see here.
You always run daggers round 1?
He did not. So this is a interesting play. I like the 3 bulwark open though with the tier 0s and the stage 2 water buffalo. That opens up the ability to use that water buffalo as a bulwark, and then you can use Rip Lance that round 2 or round 3 just later into the game, and that way you don't have to carry that Riptress, which is weaker late game compared to Rip Lance.
The problem is that the bull doesn't really do anything without toxic. And so I would rather just like not play that first round at all. Almost, I don't think you can win, not against Coyote's team right now, at least.
No, the 3 bulwark opening is generally more of a setup. round 1 compared to compared to Coyote, where he has the Riptorus and stage 2 Water Buffalo. That's like a very aggressive early game, and then the 3 Bulwark is more, I want to set up, and it looks like he's still going for that setup. More than happy to lose 2 rounds in a row just to get to that power spike sooner.
Yeah, so something we should consider here is that he's really clumping them up together. And I would be clumping them up maybe towards the back and considering that sort of situation, because if the bird is right on the front and shooting its Omega through, then you're screwed. And you should really be trying to single out the bird as much as you can. And he hasn't really set himself up for that. Giving Omnivamp to the bull is interesting. Without Toxic, he's not going to get that on the Toxic, but I think he should get it on the Thorns. I've never seen this before. I wonder if it works well. I'm not sure. No, it doesn't look like he's really hard to say.
It's not the play.
It's a lot of points. I would be changing up the team and better optimizing it for round 2. I wouldn't
be surprised if that was an accident.
Yeah, I don't see a world where you can't get. I don't see a world where you can't get Mystic and Toxic on the board round 2. I really don't. But you might have to sack the 3 Bullock for that option. I just think it's a lot stronger. You need some sort of DPS. Unless you're happy losing round 2 consistently, which is fine too. I don't judge.
I think in this matchup, he's more than happy to play it the exact same way. This is a little interesting, though, where he puts both Berserkers onto the left. Hopefully they have enough room, because that movement can be a little bit clunky sometimes. We don't want to see that monkey going all the way across Narnia behind his team to start auto-attacking.
I think it'll be all right, but it would be pretty funny. There's no joke.
Yeah, they should be fine here, but you never know.
Oh no, you're right.
Yep. Unfortunate. And if he didn't place that the Bulwark over to the left, it would have worked, but unlucky.
Quite possibly. It's a good shield. The shield from the staff is going to reach Monkia, which surprises me. Or at least it looked like it did. It's a good stun from Grocko as well. Yeah, I think Grocko is one of the best T0s. Just like an AoE stun for a frontline unit is just good. There's no two ways to talk about that. It's just good. The Rip Lance staying up here is really impactful, and the double Toxic, you can see how much that Rip Lance is healing.
Yeah, I think Water Grocko specifically, like on top of Grocko being good, I think Water Grocko specifically is really good. You can take away some of the energy, and it's water. So if you have that water synergy going, you get the energy regen for your team faster. I think a lot of the other secondary effects of the other Grokkos aren't as good especially compared to Water Grocko. I think Water Grocko specifically, that energy regen and takeaway is huge.
I think Revenant's the right choice there. You need to prevent that bird from taking it. He took Earth Synergy, which is interesting. The Grit and Resolve on the bird is actually going to make it really hard for the Berserkers to take it out. So the Earth Synergy on bird is crazy here. I didn't even think of that. So let's hope it's not too much to overwhelm Mega Ratty, but it's going to be interesting. I'm assuming that's what he's going to do, unless he chucks it on the bull. But yeah.
I think using it on the Phosphorus is a bit of a waste, because you can just use the defensive augments that would outscale it pretty hard. You could use the Endurance Matrix if you want 80 physical energy resist right off the bat, or Nano Sequencer if you want it to scale, compared to having to use that augment slot on your Phosphorus to just get the flat 50.
So surely the bird comes out. We didn't even see the Lalura come out last round, which I actually think would have been really good. Like if you can Lalura on the Adorius, that's pretty helpful. The bird's going right at the back to avoid it getting targeted. Although it's not going to stop it, and it is going to take the mud here. So
Yep,
quite
that hurt.
fortunate on Ratty's end.
Thankfully, though, even with the mud on him, he has the Omega boost. So his Omega, he's going to get the most out of that augment, but still not really what he wants to see.
Yeah, seeing him switch up the way he's playing the augments is quite interesting.
Yeah, I think if you're going to drop in phosphorus on this round, you definitely need the cleanse augment just in
Oh,
case
for sure.
like one of those situations happens, because you get the cleanse on your phosphorus. It pretty much completely counters mud in general, and you can out kill like any of the muds being on you, especially late into the game if you have something like nano sequencer, if you choose to go that route, or if you have 3 bloom. Like generally, you get that cleanse on there, you pretty much auto win against mud. This is the last game in the series. It is 1-1. Ratty winning the last game, Coyote winning the first game. Super close here. We'll see how Coyote responds.
Yeah, I don't know if you move the bird here, or if you place another or you move something else in front. I think that's a good way to go about it. The Mystic on Phosphorus is really good though. Okay, so he opts to slow down the bird. It might be full trapped though. No. He opts to
Yeah,
slow
so
it down and distract with Allura, which is really good.
yeah, that's pretty huge. The way that he set up Monkey Air was to run around the Rip Lance, but putting the Lilura there, Coyote, stopped its movement from going straight onto the Phosphorus right away. So that was really good for him, because now he's able to get his Omegas going, and now he's going to cleanse each time he uses Omega. Should be good here if he can outlive this Berserker.
The problem is
He
he's
might
going
get
to
a
build up those clones, and the Mystic is going to help keep him alive as well.
yeah, through the overtime as well. That should be game. Oh, maybe.
There you
Yep,
go, and that's game. Mega Ratty takes out our first match of Inferno 5.
Yep, congrats to Mega Ratty. That was a fun game to watch. I had no idea what to expect there. But the Adorius, the triple mystic for mud, proving to be a little bit too much for Coyote's take on the Arcanite build.
The Lilura not going on Adorius is pretty big. That Adorius was very impactful. Sorry, I was just checking on the second stream.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, so yeah, that was really impactful. But the other thing is that I've been told that the cleanse augment is actually bugged. And the issue is that cleanse doesn't work at all, on the augment at least, and the immune does. And what happens is when the bird omegas, it gets immune for 4 seconds, and that immune removes all the attack speed debuffs and everything, and returns it to normal. And then when the immune wears off, it attacks slow again. All the mud kicks in again straight away. And what's interesting there is if the bird doesn't cast every 4 seconds, then it does have periods of really slow attack speed. We saw that a little bit in that game, but it mostly didn't have that issue. But it can be a pretty big game changer. I will say that it didn't heal as much as I expected it to. I think that's a big one.
Yeah, that makes sense. That might be some cause for concern for those of the players that are playing into mud that took out the 3 water synergy that gives the energy regen faster. That probably is a good thing to look out for, because then you can get your cleanse off even faster, and you generally don't have to think about that as much. And when you say that it goes back, so like if you stack the mud affinities effect, and you get immune from it from the augment, that stack stays there after the immune's gone. Okay, interesting, interesting. Yeah, that's another interesting thing to play around. Maybe you can reduce attack speed, reduce energy gain into phosphorus to take it out that way. yeah, there's a lot of mind games you could go into that. But interesting first round. Again, thank you guys for competing. It's always a pleasure to watch any of you guys play. Again, if you guys haven't already, make sure to like the stream and share it on different social medias, share it around on Twitter, on different Discords. Help us get the word out about Illuvium Esports and just Illuvium in general so we can grow this community. And by the way, if you guys did not know, there is another tournament tomorrow being hosted by Phantom. I'll drop the link to their sign up in the chat, and you guys can check that out. That's tomorrow at I can't find it. Let me see. Give me 1 second. 3 p.m. UTC. So it's 3 p.m. UTC tomorrow.
Which is how many hours from now?
The Phantom Boys. Let me check it out. It is about 16 hours from now, I believe. Yeah, so I think it's just about 16 hours.
Let's take a really quick look at the bracket.
Let's do it.
We can see... Not muted, I don't think. We can see here that our Boots actually took out JP in round 1, and he's coming up against Leo Main. We might actually be able to grab a second round 2 of that game if we're lucky. Mega Ratty is now up against Nixitar. Esjard did not rock up, which was quite weird, but yeah, he hasn't responded to DMs or anything even now, so I hope he's all right. Proto actually up 1-0 against Smartass. Proto's a very good player, so this doesn't shock me. Well, I mean, it'll be an interesting outcome. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. We've got Big Man going through with a free DQ, so his first game will actually be round 3. Very lucky for him. Same for Gacha Wade. 2 Hayes beat out KK Invest and is now, DQ against KK Invest, and is now playing against B-Banks. And I'm just getting Zajak's game in now, which will be his first game of any tournament. Oh, no, it was a DQ. Never mind.
Mendy up one game against Rainbow's cool.
Yep. Let me grab our Boots right now.
Yeah, so nothing too interesting happening right now except for Smartass being down 1 game. Everything else looks kind of just par for the course. The players that you would expect to have gotten through, they're seeing success. So far, everything's normal. We got a few more rounds until some of the fun stuff pops in. See if anybody drops out that we're not expecting. A little unfortunate we haven't gotten to see Estrad the past few weeks. DQing out now, and then last tournament falling out before, I think, top 8, or maybe he was before top 8. But Smartass as well, we weren't able to see him, so hopefully he'll be able to get past. We'll see some of those old faces, but who knows? Maybe we'll just see a bunch of these new guys rise to the occasion and take over the esports scene here. As he said, Zizek from Wildfire is coming up here. Generally one of the tournament administrators that we've been having. So shout out to Zajac W for him in the chat. And I can't wait to get into it, see what he has for us.
We might be able to watch him round 3. I'm currently trying to find a round 2 game. Quants, I told to wait, but he ended up playing. Might have been a miscommunication. And it's really hard to grab people when they're in the middle of a game because they don't often check their messages.
Yeah, I understand that. But again, looking at the bracket here, we got Sandbirdie and his game. Looks like no one's won in that one yet. Legueron, one of the Brazilian boys, did really good in the first few tournaments, I think. Leo main is up 1 against our boots. As we were saying earlier, Leo main, one of the best Arcanite players in the world, has a really great grasp on that team comp in general. Nefer versus Caveman is probably a really good matchup that's probably going to be pretty competitive. Again, we haven't seen much of Caveman recently or Nefer, but Nefer is actually a pretty good player. I think I'm surprised we haven't seen him play a ton yet, but hopefully we'll see him get further into the tournament here. And as he said, Proto up 1 game against Smartass, but Proto's no slouch. He's a very good player, as has been proven through his tournament results here in the Inferno.
And let's jump into it. I managed to get Leo mainstream up against our boots because our boots disappeared for a bit.
Very nice. Looks like our boots going for that classic Invoker team comp, and Leo going with that the classic Toxic Colossus opening. And it looks like he has Leo main has that Mud carry, but he also has a Ramfire in there for some variance depending on what his opponent's playing. Yep, in his front line hyper, so they are just definitely not going down. Be interesting to see how Arboots scales this positioning into the later rounds, because the way he has his bulwark set up is that he doesn't have much room to move in some of the other invokers, but maybe because Leo main has this Ramfire, he doesn't want to group them all up so they don't just all get blasted at the same time. I personally think that would be a fine strategy. I think probably his bulwark should have been more up to the front, so Leo's front line doesn't go into the back line, so he can spread out his invokers easier. But we'll see how he plays this.
Mm-hmm. The problem you have with that though is that if you chuck them too far back, everything actually targets onto the Ramfire. Not necessarily a bad thing, but you have to give the Ramfire energy augments because it will die before cast. The problem I'm seeing here is that the Sin Elf had the risk of going through the Ramfire to target the back, and Leo main is going to need to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, you were completely right, but unfortunately, Leo's Ramfire just get its cast off at the very last second, which is pretty unfortunate for our boots.
Well, the 3 bulwarks were taunted by Colossus because the Null is so far forward. If that wasn't the case, I think Ramfire would have gone down because you got to consider that the Grocko would have also stunned and stolen some, took out some energy.
Sure, yeah.
And so the Colossus was really impactful there. But I don't know if it's going to work twice. Again, you got to be careful of. The Sin Elf isn't on the board. That's why you got to be careful of putting it in front of a Sin Elf. Oh no, there is Sin Elf on the board. I just can't. No, there isn't.
No,
Sorry.
there's no Sin Elf.
Expect the Sin Elf to come out now. You've got to avoid that Sin Elf going on the Ramfire. With Phantom Ranger, it's kind of hard to put something in the back. I would actually be positioning the Arcalion right at the back to make sure it doesn't target Ramfire. Because if Sin Elf goes back right corner, it is going to take out Ramfire. The beauty of Ramfire against Invoker specifically is actually Inferno, in my opinion. Because what happens is, with a lot of rogue comps and things like that, you just chuck Indomitable on all the Invokers, and it doesn't matter what you put at the back, the Invokers are going to live on 1 health, and it's going to be really hard, surprisingly difficult to eliminate them without a Null or a Titanor. But what Ramfire does here with Inferno is the Inferno stays on the board, and even though they're Indomitable, as soon as that ends, the Inferno tick is going to eliminate them. Because Invoker teams typically don't run any heals or shields.
Okay, now the way that Arboots positioned his bulwarks in front of the previous front line that he had there, the Ramfire goes off to the side. It is a little bit safer now, ironically. Gets its cast off, but only due to Indomitable. So, and there you have all of Arboots carries sitting on 5% health.
Yeah, I think the 5 Bulwark was a really good choice here. That gives you just enough. Resistances are the best way to avoid getting ram-fired, let's say. And with the 5 Bulwark, he managed to buff them up enough that it was impactful. Now Indomitable and things like that are going to start coming out on the Invokers, and it's going to be even harder to nuke them, let's say. He's going to need to give some sort of extra damage to Ramfire or have some other way to deal with it. I would have actually put Monkey right at the front because that attack will go through everything. If it runs into the links, and you'd stack like, I don't know, damage, pure damage, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I think he really needs Mystic, or he needs to slow down the energy of our boots. The only thing is, I've noticed that the energy slowdown augments aren't particularly good. It just doesn't do enough. They got nerfed in the latest patch, the patch before, and air as well, and that's why Invokers are so dangerous now, is because you don't really have a great way of removing energy. The Siphon Matrix on Ramfire would have actually been pretty cool with the energy removal, but he's gone for energy gain instead. Even though he's already guaranteed the Omega, it's quite surprising to me that he's chosen that, but that's okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. There we see again, Indomitable going off just so he can get that through, and it looks like he just had enough damage to kill the sliver of health Arboots had from the previous round. Does he go down here?
Oh,
No,
he goes to 5 HP.
Yep. And that's good for him because, again, he's playing the Invokers. They, in theory, should scale harder compared to Leo's team.
Yeah, the only thing is you got to not die to that Ramfire. If you don't die to it, you do pretty well. But he's such an aggressive comp on Leo main side. It's just hard to deal with. The damage is just a lot faster. The Invokers need to cast once or twice, and then their next cast is basically a win button, but he's not getting it that far. I do expect a lot of Indomitable augments to come up at some point, though.
Yeah, I'm expecting a bit of positioning moving around from Arboots here, kind of trying to just throw a Hail Mary out there, maybe get one turn back, but even if he wins this next one, again, they will scale, so Leo would have to mess up pretty hard, or Arboots would have to outplay pretty hard to win this game in the series, I'd say.
I think I've never actually seen it be used before, but he just chucked the energy reduction augment on Riplance, which removes energy based on 12% of energy cost every time it casts. And it casts often, which is helpful, but I saw the little energy bars go down a little bit. That actually seems pretty cool. I like it. I've never seen it used, is what I'm saying. Ramfire took a lot of damage from Seaforest there. He does have the Indomitable on the Seaforest, but he did not give it to Ephisto. The Ephisto did get one final cast, but it is not enough. Yeah. And that's going to be a 2-0 victory to Leo main, one of the best players. He might actually be the top seed. He's the top seed of this competition. So we can see why. Let's just put it that way. It was a really good fought match. He had a setup specifically for Invoker, clearly. Not necessarily something he plays in every single game. But the setup for Invoker is just too strong. And he's definitely played that matchup many, many times.
Oh, yeah. And he has a lot of the classic pieces for different rounds, you know? But it seems like he threw a bunch of different meta positions and units into a team comp that usually don't blend together as well. That was really fun to see. So it's like a lot of the familiar faces, but being used in ways that are pretty interesting and specific. It was a really fun game. And it looks like, interesting note, Smartass has dropped out of the tournament. Let me pull it up here. Yeah, Smartass loses 2-0 to Proto. Again, Proto, no joke. Very good player.
Oh, he is a very, very good player. I believe he actually came top 8 in the very first tournament that Smartass did take the crown for. So very interesting. I'm very excited for team lists and things like that. We're going to see a lot of we're going to see players play very differently when that starts to happen. I'm excited for future patches as well. I feel like we got really close to quite a balanced meta in this latest patch. But like Phosphorus is still a little bit too tuned. Besides that, looking forward to it. Really am.
Yeah, I think Phosphorus might be a little too strong still, but only by a little. As we saw with that Mystic comp, outscaling the Phosphorus, not technically outscaling, but outliving once it gets into the overtime, keeping that Phosphorus busy long enough is a great way to play into that matchup, it seems. So we'll have to see if a lot of the other players or competitors try to go that same route when they're playing into the Arcanite builds. Seems like a lot of people favoring this Mystic, and I don't think it's that Mystic is super strong personally. I think Mystic just scales really, really well with a lot of the good units in the game right now. Like even Phosphorus, it scales good with Phosphorus, giving it extra attack speed, more cleanse into the mud. If you're using that augment, it scales perfect with the mud units. A lot of them not as tanky, like they're 55 cost units, so they're not going to be as tanky. But not just the tankiness isn't the main thing, but you get the 3 mystic or 2 mystic 250 shield, 3 mystic 350 shield, and then on top of that, more importantly, you get the attack speed, 18% with 2 mystic and 25% with 3 mystic. Super big for ramping up those mud stacks with your mud units. Just in general, getting the berserkers going. Every third attack, they get extra attack speed. I believe it's 35% with 2 berserkers. So every 8 seconds, that shield goes off from the mystic bonus. You get your extra attack speed that gets you to your third auto attack on your berserkers even faster, and it gives them a bit of a shield, which again, the attack speed buff from the mystic is the main reason you have it there. But the shield is very nice to give that rip lance and monkey air extra life, extra sustain. So yeah, it's been really interesting meta so far.
I think the attack speed is really good, but the survivability that bloody shield gives is so solid, especially at 4 Mystic. I think it's why you see that 4 Mystic get crushed the 3 Mystic, which is an experience I've had a lot. But yeah. So we're waiting on Quants and B-Bank to get ready for their game. Well, it should be a really good game. These are both very, very good players. We might be able to catch the end of Zajak's game after this, but for now, we're going to watch these for sure. So,
Yeah, Quant's a great player, and B Bank's finishing top 8 in I think the last 2 tournaments. So a consistent, solid player in B Banks. We'll have to see if Hype can pull this one out, or if B Banks, the lone wolf, is going to take the dub and move further into the tournament like he does every week. B Banks beating 2 Hayes 2-0 in the previous round. RIP to 2 Hayes. Also, 2 Hayes should be joining us here soon on the broadcast, so we'll see when we can get him in.
well, only when he gets knocked out, I suppose. Oh, he did.
Yeah, he just lost 2-0 to B Banks. And again, guys, thank you so much for watching. We say it every week, but it's really cool to see all these people still here with us, still watching and playing and competing. It's been an absolutely surreal and amazing experience. We're having so much fun here, building up the foundations of this game for the esports scene. It's just been awesome, and seeing the reaction from the community has been really cool too. Like how many people sign up just instantly. Like if we have 64 players in the tournament, it gets completely filled up in like 4 hours, which is absolutely insane. 64 people like that. So the interest here for this esports scene is just only growing. Like, it's really cool to see.
Depending on how long this 128 takes, we'll probably be doing them more often than not. 64 was
especially
while
with
we navigated and helped educate everyone on how to use the platforms and things like that. But as far as I can tell, it's way smoother already. The community just needs to learn how the tournaments run, and then it'll be more consistent and easier for them to do. And then once they do, my life, Wildfire's life, Jimbo's life, everyone's life becomes a lot easier. We get better streams and stuff as well, and it's just everyone wins.
Yep, everyone wins. And we'll get there. Already the improvements from week to week have been pretty big. Yes, compared to that first tournament, which was good. I enjoyed it, but switching over to single elim, having the battles more throughout the stream, having a bit of a hiccup here, but generally we've been doing really well, and all that praise goes to Scoriax and the tournament admins for that. They do a crazy, stressful, but good job.
So the quant stream bugged out, and it's not working right now, but I think they started their game. Okay. Oh no, here we go. They did start their game. We'll go to it in just a second.
Very nice.
Quite laggy. Hopefully it's running well.
Looks like Quants is going for that. Interesting. It seems like a lot of people are playing this mud mystic and having Ramfire, but each player putting their own spice on it. You see.
Nah, this is the build I've been using. This is all over my elo. I've made a huge set of variations to the one I work with. But this is it looks like essentially the classic one that he's playing. This is all over like the 15 to 1700s. I have no idea about high elo. But this is actually so much fun, and Quants is going to destroy him. I mean, this is such a fun build. It's so hard to play around. You need like invokers, I think, are really the thing you need, and I think the bird probably does fine against it as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this opening. As we see, like the cook ref's just going to get Omega right off the bat. We'll see if the 3 bulwarks can beat it though. 2 Tempest, 2 Enchanter versus 3 Bulwark, 3 Water.
So, for anyone who doesn't know, Enchanter, even though we haven't seen it a lot, is one of the best synergies in the entire game. I am not kidding when I say that. What it does is every time one of your enchanters casts an Omega, every single ally on your board gains a shield and deals pure damage in an area around them. So if you have, and the pure damage I think starts off at either 100 or 150. It might be 150. It starts off at one. Let's say it's 150. If you have, say, 8 of your Illuvials surrounding one thing, then every time your enchanters cast, and you have 2 of them, so if they both cast it at the same time, you would deal 1600 pure damage to that opponent. And everyone gets a shield. And the killer is that Mystic grants shields. And so you have like 1 billion shields. And it's like the Empath Blazonite thing all over again, but even funnier.
Yeah, they move around a little bit though, so there's at least a bit of counterplay that you can add into it, but still very, very good.
The more you can spread it out, the better. The pure damage really isn't the thing that's doing all the work. The Kukuraf does focus an enemy when it casts its Omega on them, meaning they take a lot more extra damage, which also scales with Omega power. And then Tempest is also really cool. So he has 2 Tempest here. And Tempest gives an extra 25 dodge chance at 2 Tempest, 30 at 3 Tempest, and steals 4 energy from attackers when the Tempest dodge. I've seen some really funny 7 air Tempest compositions that just like the invokers just never ever cast. Really funny to watch.
B-Banks does have the nature dominant phosphorus, so it is going to get hyper pretty quickly off of that front line in the Kukaraf from Quants.
The
Which
Lalura
is
is
pretty big.
interesting here. The Lalura actually distracts both Berserkers. But he does have 3 Earth now, which he did not have before. Which I think will be quite impactful against something like a Phosphorus.
Man, he is just tearing through that front line. Goodness gracious. Yeah, the Lalura was stopping the Rip Lance and the Monkey Air, but that the oh my gosh, the movement speed from Rip Lance is just so fast that he just walks right out of it.
Yeah.
Goodness, I got tongue-tied there. Sorry, chat.
Predator Imprint is wild here. I don't think either team has a Predator. Earth Affinity Chip is really cool here too. I'm surprised he hasn't taken it, but yeah. So he really should be taking Clumsy on who's Quants' opponent again? I'm high. B-Banks. B-Banks really should have taken Clumsy there. Because you can avoid all the dodging that the Tempest is granting, although it's only 2 units that's getting that, so maybe not worth it. But you never know. And now he's going to put the Mystic on the board and actually build up the defenses on his Kukaraf, maybe? He's going to grant it physical and energy resist.
Yep, so going...
You muted yourself. I don't know if you're...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, going for the Hyper Endurance Matrix, getting that flat 80 physical and energy resist over the Nano Sequencer that scales up. Makes sense. Kukaraf can be a little bit weaker, and getting it into that scaling phase where the Nano Sequencer outperforms Hyper Endurance Matrix can be tricky. So having that Endurance Matrix right off the bat, generally on a squishier target that you want to beef up, is probably not a bad idea.
I think that legendary augment that B-Banks grabbed is actually the energy reduction one. Although that Illuvial did go down first, so maybe he chose the wrong thing to put it onto. You can see even the Enchanter at the back taking out the Lalura there. Oh, the Kukaraf unfortunately did not cast on Phosphorus, and the Phosphorus is probably scaling resistances right now. Be a lot harder to break and doing so much damage because it's gone hyper. I think going hyper, I think, is really the difference there. I don't think he wins without that.
Yeah, it's so huge.
Yeah, just not getting that Omega off on Phosphorus was really big there. And the energy reduction is really good too. I don't know if Quants is going to be able to pull out this game. Specifically, I think the legendary augments are really impactful on this one. He needs a way to stop Phosphorus from taking out his front line, because the Enchanter is particularly powerful when you have a lot of units benefiting from it.
Yeah, it's hard too, because you want to be able to take not just that, you have to be able to take the Phosphorus out before it scales. And now it has the Nano Sequencer, and the way the map is set up right now, or the way the board is set up right now, Phosphorus is the last unit alive for B-Bank, so Quants needs to switch it up so that he can get that Phosphorus out of there before it's just unkillable. And now he has the Omega power, and they're all clumped up, so his Omega's going to do even more damage. This is looking good for B-Banks.
That's such a good angle on the bird. Oh, he's going to get the heal just before the bull goes down. The bull is eventually going to go down, obviously, but it's going to be really helpful for him. The Indomitable Augment on that last tank is quite rough. He does not actually grab any immune augments, and so he's not going to be able to avoid the tornado. I don't know if it's going to matter, but if he can tornado often enough, he gets one more tornado off, hoping to go to overtime. That's going to be the only way the bird goes down here. He gets one more stun. God damn.
That's disgusting. That's
That Omega power. That Omega power. You cannot let it go that far, clearly. It's
It
just too
just man,
much.
this thing later into the battle is just unkillable, does infinite damage. You gotta lock this boy down.
Oh my
And he's
god.
got the Omnivamp there from the, Lilura. It is what it is. Probably should have added some attack speed sooner onto some of his mud units, but
He has no mud.
oh, he doesn't even have mud.
No. So this
Oh,
doesn't run.
because the
This doesn't
monkey
run
air is
mud.
stage 2.
Yep.
Okay.
So the problem you have now is that the bird scales too fast into late game, and it's unkillable in late game. You literally just need to preserve your team and win an overload because the rest of Vivanx's team is not going to do anything. You need to preserve them and distract the bird for long enough, and you can win this. I don't want to say easily, but it's pretty reliable. It's a pretty reliable win. He does grab pure damage and attack speed on top of the Furiox. I'm not sure how much damage the Furiox is going to do with all the shields and everything, but it's not going to be negligible. Nah. Without taking out the Furiox, you're just in so much trouble.
Yeah, and he doesn't even really have anything in his team to counteract that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No!
Yeah, unfortunate.
Is he going to lose off this? Oh, he's left
35.
on 35 health, but you can see that he had a chance. You can see that he really had a chance. I'm surprised the Phosphorus got as low as it did. The Indomitable on Rip Lance is actually so wild here, but the Rip Lance just doesn't do quite enough damage, and neither does the Monkia. You buff them up, and if you're up against the exact same team, then I think you'd be surprised. It's very interesting, but his front line went down so fast with the Phosphorus getting all that pure damage now, because it cuts through Bulwark so fast. Energy reduction on Siphon Matrix is unexpected.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would have really thought he was going to go for the attack speed so he could slow that phosphorus down enough to kill him.
I think you definitely need to give energy off the bat to Kukuraf. He's got the energy reduction, and it's taking way too long for Kukuraf to cast, which is really impacting him. It's just taking too long to cast. The double, what we can only assume is grit augment, is pretty crazy. Oof, the monkey are putting in work. Ripland's going down a lot earlier than I expected. Indomitable going to be really helpful on the monkey right now.
I don't think he's going to get the Furiox, unfortunately.
Both Mystics under pressure here from Lalura.
Oh, man.
Holy crap.
That Ranger damage plus the Lilura stacking at the same time is crazy.
I was at the Ranger. I'm like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, it was the Ranger, and then Lilura's, like, kind of does some burst damage with his Omega, so it made it look like it did tons.
Yeah.
Let's watch that back there.
Yeah, that Riplance going down so early was really bad. He really needed the Riplance to inflict Toxic on that Phosphorus and try and trigger the anti-heal because it didn't have the Cleanse Augment. I think that's how he was doing damage last time. But he couldn't quite pull that off.
Yep, unfortunate.
I think it was quite close. I definitely think it was winnable from Quantz's side. But he just needs to play it a bit differently and or have a stronger start.
I wonder what the thought process was behind taking away energy instead of reducing attack speed, because I feel like reducing the attack speed would have been so much better, because not only are you hitting the phosphorus, you're also hitting the Furiox with that. So
Oh, for sure. I'm very, very surprised. You need to put it in a spot. He had it in a spot that would reduce attack speed on a lot of things. Or you put it in a spot that reduces the attack speed on Phosphorus. He didn't even attempt that. I think that would have been quite good. I'm very surprised.
Yeah,
Thanks for the
interesting
shout
play.
out, Illumination. Also, not forgetting that Illumination has a tournament coming up very, very soon, about 15 hours or 14 hours from now. At what was it? 3 a.m. UTC? No, that's wrong.
3 p.m. UTC, 10 a.m. EST, I believe. Yep, 3 p.m. UTC. And we're about to get into this game 2. Now, do you think Quants we were just talking about how you think Quants could have won that game. Do we see Quants mixing up his team comp, or does he just run it back?
I think he runs it back. I think B-Bank's got the augment, the reduced energy gain for his opponents, and Quants didn't quite play it right with getting the Kukuraf's Omega off fast enough. That pure damage from it clears up front lines so fast. Missing that opportunity, I think, costed him too much momentum in those games. Enchanter Imprint coming up and him not going for it tells me that maybe he didn't use the same team. Maybe he did, but he expected his opponent to go 1 on it. Vengeful Smite is not particularly good, so that's very surprising. He is using the same team. Yeah, I don't know. His strategy around the augments is very different to how I play that sort of stuff. So, yeah. So, it looks like he's switching it up and he's putting the bird right at the front. Now, I've tried this. It's not bad when you give it resistances and things like that. The reason he's doing it is the Tempest actually steals energy from its attacker when it dodges. So if you take a lot of hits and you're doing a lot of dodging, you will actually just drain the energy of your opponent. Maybe he's intending to do this on Phosphorus or just trying to get it to cast faster. Either way, I'm not convinced. The Kukuraf does go hyper off the 3 water here. I don't know. This does look like it's a different team. Maybe it's an Invoker team. I'm not entirely sure. I'm surprised he switched up the team. Maybe B-Banks thought he got lucky against the matchup in the previous game. It's hard to say.
Maybe just giving him a different look, trying to give him more things to think about. Especially if he thinks the matchup is either just as easy or even better.
I think Quants does have Ramfire in the team. I believe that's mostly for Invoker. I'm not entirely sure. I've never really seen them use it otherwise. So it should crush an Invoker. If this isn't an Invoker comp, that should do really well.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been seeing a lot of people with Ramfire just sprinkled in their deck using it for, and sometimes even like not into Invoker, just like very specific situational plays on the board. You can use Ramfire and throw them, and generally that, I mean, I don't think that works a lot of the time, but it does happen.
I think he does have this 70 Fire Gauntlet in his back pocket, so I do expect we'll see a Ramfire come out. Oh no, it is the bird. I'm crazy. Did he always have the 3 water with bird?
Yep.
Even though he's put Kukuraf at the front, it's not actually taking any major hits now, so he's not going to be stealing a whole lot of energy. If you can position the bull in a way to taunt Phosphorus, I think that would be crazy good.
Then we see that Phosphorus just getting hyper again with the base nature affinity.
Kukuraf was also hyper. But like,
yeah, I think I favor the hyper ability on Phosphorus.
Oh, for sure. It gets that attack speed, and this the fighter might be the best hyper in the game. The other hypers are a little bit underwhelming. Scion's pretty good, but they're always at the back, so it's very rare you're actually going to trigger it. But the fighter is just the best. I don't think you can really deny that.
I think bulwark is generally just a
Oh,
good
yeah,
unit in
yeah.
general, and their hyper is probably secondary because of that.
Yeah, it doesn't really. Yeah, that's the thing with Bulwark is like it grants extra resistance and damage reduction, but they've already got so much that the extra feels like a drop in a drop in a lake or a drop in the ocean or whatever it is. In that sense, he has placed Monkey and Riplance far back again, which I think is the right call. Still, Lalura is going to be disruptive, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. We can see that Quants is playing this significantly differently, and B-Banks has put the Bulwarks quite a bit further back this time around.
Yeah, pretty similar to this round 3 is pretty similar to last game though. Berserker just moving down the line slowly through the bulwarks into the phosphorus, and yeah, we'll see how if B-Banks thinks he needs to change up compared to how he played the last game, or if he just runs it back again, same exact way. Or Quants, rather. My apologies. Okay, so this next round looks like B-Banks will have his Fury Accent, so he'll have the 3 Arcanite, 3 Bloom, he'll have the 5 Bulwark, he'll have the 3 Fire, giving 10% additional damage on that Phosphorus, 30% on Furiox, making it, just as strong as Scoriox, but 25 mastery points cheaper. Quants here, he's going to put in his Adorius, get the 2 Mystic going. He's got the 2 Enchanter now. Again, preferring that hyper endurance matrix on the Cookraf instead of nano sequencer doesn't really have the time to build that up on the Cookraf. So hyper endurance matrix, flat 80 physical and energy resistance right off the bat is going to just make way more sense.
So what we saw in the last game was that Furiox and Ranger took Riplance's attention away for way too long. Do we think a Ramfire would help here? Or since you're probably going to sack Mystic for it, it's maybe not worth the cost?
I don't think it's worth the cost. I think, man, I wish he was running Mud on this comp is my only thing. Like, I feel like if he had the Mystic and then he had Mud, he could really slow down that Phosphorus because I don't think he has the Cleanse Augment. I thought I looked and didn't see it. I could be completely wrong, but um, I don't know. We'll have to see just how he plays into it. It's all very heavily dependent on positioning.
Oh, you can see those
Man,
Enchanter hits do so much damage.
yeah.
You can see the Riplance go all the way to the back to hit up that Furiox. And the Lollaroo is going to go down right before its next cast. But so is Cookaraf. Double Toxic on top of the Phosphorus is exactly what you want to take it out. And he manages to. Meaning he might only need one more win after this to take the game.
Yeah, he's got enough on the board that this is going to do a huge chunk to B-Banks. That's really good for him. Didn't give time to have Phosphorus go hyper. The Nano Sequencer couldn't get started. This round should be a little bit different. He'll have a little bit more survivability. B-Banks will. So we'll see how Quants plays into it.
We did see it really turn last time as soon as he dropped the damage augments on top of his Furiox. And he's probably
Yep.
going to do the same. I think Phosphorus already has the augments. It's going to be interesting. I still think you need a way to take out Furiox, and he's not setting up that way. And it's going to make his life a bit harder. He's going to start stacking energy. What is that second augment he puts on Cookaraf? Do you know?
Let me see. I can't really see it. Yeah, I'm not sure to be honest with you. Oh, it's photonic unity. Your team gains 4 energy, 4 omega power every 5 seconds, or your team gains 4
No,
crit
that's not
and
it.
4 crit. Yeah.
It's not that one.
Are you sure?
90%
Okay.
sure.
I'm not aware of what it is then.
All right, let me quickly look it up.
Oh, it's quantum reservoir.
Oh, he's getting an energy on cast. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not the play. Its energy pool is too big for that to work right. Phosphorus going on the right is wild. Phosphorus losing on the right is even more wild. If he had Indomitable on that Monkia, he would have taken out the Phosphorus there.
I'm a little worried for him, I'll be real.
Yeah, Overload's not close enough.
Yeah, that's rough. He's lined up really well to hit some good omegas here too during overtime. Oof. That was close. But as you said, they were keeping the Phosphorus busy over there, but they were able to the Phosphorus was able to kill him and then heal back up through that bloom. And then the nano sequencer, he's got back to full health and now he has even more resistance than he had. So super tough there.
I don't know if B-Banks is going to switch up again, but the minute you chuck Indomitable on both your Berserkers, I think you win that fight on the right, and there's nothing Phosphorus can do about it. He's doing a full switch up. Look, this has the chance to work if Kukaraf can stun and focus that Phosphorus early on to the fight. There's not a whole lot it can do. But the Atlas is still slightly in front, so I'm not convinced. However, the Atlas doesn't have any Indomitable augments on it, so you never know. This could work out really well. Kukaraf at the very front is ballsy. I don't think it actually works as well as you think it might. And I'm surprised you didn't get final abounding to anyone. The Mega can crit is... I don't know if that's any good on Kukaraf, but it could be cool.
I think Phosphorus is going to oof. That doesn't look good. That Furiox being there kind of screwed his plan over. But the way he had Kukaraf before, it was not being aggroed by anything except Atlas. Unfortunately, he moves his Furiox over, and that's really good for him.
Even though it's doing a lot of damage, you notice that Furiox is going to have a lot more trouble getting its energy up.
That is true. He does have the pure attack damage, though, so it should be able to eat through the endurance matrix.
Oh, he gets one last shield.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's huge.
The Rip Lance is going to take out the Furiox.
Man,
and the focusing with the two Berserkers is going to be plenty to take out the Phosphorus. It should be able to take out basically anything. He does have he does have Indomitable on the Rip Lance, but didn't end up needing it. And it looks like Quants is actually going to take game 2 up against B-Banks. That was a really insane heat.
Yeah, that was a fun match. Just couldn't get through that Kukaraf. That was crazy. He if the Furiox wasn't moved over there, it would have been even better for him too, which is the crazy thing. That was a super strong play by Quants to win that second game.
Well, actually, what I just noticed then is the Gauntlet one-shot Adorius there. And if he didn't move everything over, that Gauntlet would have gone straight ahead and one-shot Kukaraf and everything else. And so he set up, I don't know if he planned for that specifically, but he set up really well against a crazy Gauntlet. And yeah, just outplayed him. It was a good move. He knew that it was either do or die, and he had to do something to give him as much of an edge as possible, and he pulled it off perfectly. However, I'm not convinced that's going to work twice. So going into game 3, it should be really interesting.
Yeah, this matchup is really fun. It feels very skill based and not like predetermined by the decks. Like this one seems very 50-50. That could just be because of the players playing it, but yeah, I'm really enjoying this matchup. It's very fun. I'm surprised that Kukaraf stayed alive for so long. And also I'm curious on what his quantum reservoir usage is for. Gains 300% of energy cost or gain 20 energy. Okay, so he's getting 20 energy on each Omega. So that's basically just slowing down the Kukaraf even more, getting the Omega on the Kukaraf so that all of the aggro moves over to the Phosphorus. Very smart play. I like that.
We're actually going to come up against a non-phosphorus team. We're going to go into a full Mud Mystic. Looks like pretty much a mirror.
Yep, I'm pretty sure this is a straight up mirror. B-Bank's switching it up, thinks he doesn't have it in him to win with that Phosphorus team again. Interesting choice.
Although I don't ever have the exact same team as my opponent, because I usually make quite a few adjustments when I do take inspiration. I have played out some of the mirrors. It's hard to decide who really wins. You do play quite differently in the mirror because you want to drag out whoever splits up the enemy's team more while keeping theirs clumped together will get way more out of Enchanter and typically do a lot better. Yeah, the other side of things is how the Berserkers are positioned to be able to take out things. It's those two things you really got to master. I don't know if Ramfire actually comes out in this mirror. If it does, that'd be interesting. I'll be looking forward to seeing what happens. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I've never understood the Atlas opener. It's a good opener, but Atlas doesn't grant you anything to your late game team except one Bulwark. And so, like, wouldn't you chuck in like a Stoic Terra Lynx or something in your team? I'm surprised that people are running the pure Atlas into the end game here. But it might have something to do with Atlas granting himself a shield, and so he gets the attack speed and gets to keep it for longer from Mystic. But I mean, it's an Atlas, so what do I know?
I think Atlas is a pretty good tanky unit for 30 cost, especially because of that shield. You can get it up multiple times. Yeah, and Water just has so many good bulwarks too, just in general.
Oh yeah, but I mean, he has no 3 water. This team doesn't run 3 water, and
Yep.
there's no Illuvial in here that swaps out the Atlas later on, which is why it confuses me a little bit.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are still like valuing their slots so heavily that they'd rather just use a stage 1 tier 1 unit and buff it up with augments instead of waiting for late game and taking that extra slot. That would be what I would assume. Because yeah, otherwise you would just want to switch in a Stoic Terra Lynx, right? Get that bulwark and it gets the earth bonus. I think that's plays like that where you switch out some of your weaker units that you used early into the game. A lot of those plays I think will be far more common once the changes to augments occur, where you can only use one of each type of augment in your deck. I think movements like that will be really common, but right now where you really need all those augments, you need to be able to stack on top of there. I could see why he would only use the Atlas.
So you can see that maybe B-Banks has a little bit more wraparound. You can also see that he went for some damage, whereas Quants did not go for damage on the round 2. We suspect he will on round 3, but he has not yet. And it's going to have a pretty big impact. He also has 3 Earth, whereas Quants does not. And 3 Earth is really good against all these low damage dealing units. Doesn't do anything against pure damage, but it's going to be enough to make a difference.
Yeah, that 3 Earth, ironically, giving him the extra grit and resolve, but getting Quantz's Kukaraf to hyper faster than B-Banks, which is going to give him a lot of extra damage because, right, he's getting that 25% extra attack speed.
Yeah, I didn't realize that B-Banks actually dropped Bulwark for 3 Earth. So what's better, grit, resolve, or resistances?
Well, I think specifically, neither of those matter for that specific round. It was really just
oh yeah,
the hyper.
For sure.
So Quant's just barely outplaying the macro game. Now he puts in his berserkers. Should see the exact same. Oh, okay. Yep.
So the monkey is going to target the Riplance. B-Banks, I think, is going to be able to take out the damage dealers a lot faster than Quant's is, which is not going to be great.
Yeah, big positioning there from B-Banks.
Oh, yeah.
To get the damage dealers out as soon as possible, and the Riplance going hyper.
B-Banks said, you wanna beat my bird with Tempest? Let me show you how a real man does it.
Yeah, exactly.
He probably knows the mirror quite well. But you definitely have to stop your Riplance and Monkia from targeting the bull while taking damage from the other berserkers. If you can't do that, it's over. I'm surprised you don't grab Power's Ascent. It's insanely good on Kukuraf. I think that's game, honestly. That's just... it's huge. Good on Adorius, too. And Ramfire. Like, you could literally now add in Ramfire, give it Power's Ascent, and you win. I don't know how you stop that. He does spend some points to switch him over to the other side. Although that's going to cost him a little bit, I definitely don't think he had a choice. That being said, if he can take out the opposing Riplance from this play, then it's going to hopefully give him the round.
Yeah, that's definitely the thought process here, right? He has the monkey air over to the side. It's closest to get the passive damage from his second auto attack. Then the Riplance on the other side, just going to be able to get both of your damage dealers onto their main carry. Great choice to move it there. Surprised B-Banks actually didn't kind of calculate that.
Oh yeah, you got to put a bulwark in front of it. Oh, there's a big heal. Doesn't go on the Illuvials I expected it to. Didn't go on Kukuraf. Not sure why, but okay. It's a good start on the bull. The bull's right at the back now, which is really funny.
Yeah, somehow B-Banks is all the way to the other side of the board. Interesting. That's so funny.
I'm glad you noticed that too. Let's see what happened. The bull went in to attack Kukuraf. Kukuraf is attacking, tornadoing, blah, blah, blah. Bull turns around for a brief moment. And then gets taunted.
It gets taunted. Okay.
Taunted by what?
The other bull, so it had to walk all the way around.
Oh, really?
Or off. Yeah, makes sense.
That's wild. That's rough, but very funny for us to watch. So Jack in chat saying that he loves B-Banks as a Luvitar. It's got the singe with the glasses and the fedora. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, that guy's chilling. That's really what's making the difference in this match here.
Monkia didn't need Indomitable last round. I'm not sure why he's putting it on now. Maybe he's expecting something to happen. He's also granting the energy and a mega power with the augments on the Adorius right now. So every 5 seconds, his team is going to get, I believe, 7 energy and a mega power. Very good for Kukuraf. Not particularly helpful for everything else. Maybe a little bit for Riplance. The mega power doesn't scale particularly well with anything on his team either. It's really for that energy gain.
Yeah, nice placement from B-Banks to put the Indomitable on the Water Buffalo right there in front, so that his Riplance is no longer taking straight up damage. Interesting play as well. B-Banks puts the Hyper Endurance Matrix on his Riplance to give it that extra physical and energy resist right off the bat. I've actually never seen anybody put that on Riplance, but I see the point. It makes sense. Sometimes there's just niche scenarios where certain things make sense, so I'm not mad about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I've done it on Berserkers quite a few times, but that's really specifically to avoid shock and redirect the shock where I want. I'll place endurance matrices all over my board, and then give like an indomitable to like my monkey that's gonna take all the shock damage. And so he doesn't go down to the Fisto-cast, he doesn't go down to the shock. He just stalls it out, which is quite funny. But you have to stack resistances on your damage dealers to be able to do that sometimes. Sometimes. Moving them back is wild. I would just be putting a tank in front. But really, I think Ramfire back left is crazy. Is crazy here. Problem is, Quants doesn't have enough damage to kill with it. And
Also,
so,
what do you take out in that scenario? I feel like it would be really good if you had one extra slot, but losing any of these synergies that you already have feels really bad.
It'd be interesting.
Yeah, just throws Indomitable on the carries. Respect.
The problem is actually that Bull having Indomitable. Otherwise, I don't think it would have been as bad as it was last round. He does have way more energy across the board. Unfortunately, the Mystic Monkey is not going to... The Apon is not going to be able to stun anything. It does grant damage amp to everything it hits. But not stunning feels a little bit bad. Imagine if you put that right at the front right, you'd be able to stun the Riplants.
No, I completely agree.
We saw all the focus on energy actually get an Adorius cast off really fast, which is going to help his Riplants survive long enough. The monkey is on the left and has Vamp. But, I mean, when you get stuck in a tornado, what are you going to do?
Yep. Just not enough damage there to get through.
It looks like Quants is going to go down to the 2-1. A really close set of matches. I'm really glad we got to watch that one. Bad luck to Quants. You played really well. But B-Banks just knew how to play the matchup slightly better. And it had a really big impact.
Yeah, B-Banks playing the Phosphorus the first 2 games and then switching it up saying, hey, I could outplay you with your own comp. You love to see it. The confidence from B-Banks to switch it up there. That was a fun series, honestly. Thank you guys both for playing. That was very fun. Yeah, beating him with the Phosphorus game 1, then not switching game 2, even if he thinks it's like a bad matchup. Really fun mind games being played there by B-Banks, and of course Quants killing it as always. Really good player himself. But you know, it was the Luvitar diff. B-Banks Singe was just too chill.
So I had Mindia on standby, but now we got Mindia. All good. We're gonna run that match.
This is Mindia versus Sapio.
Yep.
Sapio, one of the better Japanese players. Mindia, one of the best players in hype. Underperformed a little bit in the Inferno, I think, personally. Soda been doing really well from hype in the Infernos. I think he's gotten 2 second place finishes, right? So Soda's been killing it. I could be wrong on that though. But yeah, Mindia, again, one of the best players, ranked 7 currently in the world on the leaderboard, behind Illumination, actually, who's hosting Phantoms tournament tomorrow, behind Viper, Martini, Web3 Gaming TV. So, that being said, just Mindia, great player. Probably one of the best from hype. Again, Soda outperformed Mindia in the last few tournaments, so we'll see if Mindia can show up this tournament and really put his stamp on the esports scene from hype as well.
So they're just queuing up now. I'm going to quickly hunt down a backup stream and or round quarterfinal stream and see how I go.
Sounds good. So it seems like a lot of these people are either oh, it looks like they're into the game. But what I was about to say is a lot of these people, like Hisapio here, either preferring that Cardulo opening or the Cardulox with the Toxic Colossus. Again, a lot of the same units, but being mismatched in different places in different people's comps. But Toxic still very strong affinity, and a lot of people favoring that over a lot of the others. He gets that Predator, which is pretty good for his Gorilla. So he's going to be able to get 3 Predator if he wants. That's just something he can go for late game. Maybe he puts it on his Monkey Air to get some extra damage. Who knows? A lot of when it comes to those rogue augments, any of the combinations, and then especially one that you can actually use, things get really fun because your melee carries can turn into rogues, and those carries are so strong and so bruisery that a lot of the times once they get that rogue augment, you can put them in situations where they do really, really well. But Mindia here, the classic round 1 start, Toxic Colossus. Asapi will probably bring out his Cardulo and something else so he can get the toxic bonus, but I'm not sure what it would be. Interesting choice from Hisapio to open here with the 3 Earth, 2 Rogues. Yeah, not sure why, of course, there's probably something I'm missing here, but I'm not sure why Hisapio would even play anything here. This round 1 from Mindia with the Cardilox and the Ranger is just such a strong round 1, and there's only a few things that beat it. Placing those rogues down, they're kind of of course, they're cheap units, right? So it doesn't cost as much to move those around, but that is still mastery points that you're losing. So playing that round 1 instead of just losing that round 1 with nothing done, so you could have that information to play for the next round. That's personally what I would do, but again, it's just one way isn't completely better than the other. There's just dependent on how the player wants to play the game.
All right, so I'm back from sorting out all the streaming related things. What are we looking at here? Talk to me.
So Mindia's got the classic Toxic Colossus opening.
Nice.
You see here he's got the Cardilux, Archelion, and Gnarl. Now the Ranger has the Colossus Toxic. And Hisapio, for some reason, went for the triple Earth and 2 Rogue. I assume he's going to be putting in his one of his carries in now or next turn. We'll see if he
What are
has
his
boost
carries? What's Hisapio running?
Rip Lance. He's running, I think, Berserker with Monkey Air being Earth Berserker, but I'm not really sure. Mindia, on the other hand, is going for Mud. So we've got Toxic Colossus and Mud. So again, super strong round 2 with this team comp. The problem with Toxic Colossus is it does fall off a little bit later into the game, but it does look like he has some Mystic units in there that he could maybe swap in and out. There's the Ramfire in case he wants to go that route. One thing I want to point out is how many weapons Mindia has, really valuing the ability to switch in and out of different bonds on his Ranger, depending on the situation and the matchup.
I had a team that I built, like a really highly custom team, and it fell off a little bit, but it was pretty fun for a while. and I had 4 shields. And my ranger could go Colossus Spore, go Colossus Mud, Toxic, and it needed 2 for Toxic because I had 2 Caradriloxes with the different dominants. So, I had like this crazy web of like flowcharty stuff. And it was pretty fun. Like Ranger, Colossus, and things is really good. Like Mud Colossus Ranger is fun. Toxic Colossus Ranger is obviously good, but Spore Colossus Ranger is really funny because it actually heals on dodge, and since it's already Colossus, it can actually be really strong frontline.
Sapio here has 5 Earth now. Yeah, he is super tanky now. And while Mindia's Rip Lance is hyper, just not on the right units at the proper timing. Really just getting stuck onto that Gorilla for far too long, it seems. Or the Lura. Very unique team comp coming out here from Hisapio. I don't think I've ever seen a team comp like this. But I have seen the popularity in Earth affinity in general has seemed to be going up a little bit. So that could have a lot to do with it. Takes out the Cardiolox so he can switch the bond, and now he's going to go into Mystic here. Again, just beefing up. We've been saying it all day, beefing up those Berserkers so that they can get to that third attack sooner. Now they're going to have tons of scaling attack speed. The shields help buffing them up, keeping them strong as well. And now he has, is it 4 mud? Yeah, 4 mud. So man, like if he can get those muds onto some of Hisapio's carries, they're just not going to be able to do anything.
For sure. This is actually one of my least favorite matchups in the game, right? I've played this matchup up a billion times, and 5 Bulwark is better than 4 Colossus, which really bums me out. Let's just put it that way. I've lost this so many times. Colossus, for some reason, just isn't as good. You'd rather have 5 Grokkos, and that's a bit of an injustice, but that's my personal opinion.
I think a lot of that has to do with the team-wide buff from Bulwark compared to Colossus, because it's something like a lot of people don't think about, but getting those resistances on your carries is actually pretty big.
Oh,
Plus,
yeah.
not to mention, it's not just the Bulwark, he also has the Earth. So, like, there's a compounding effect of Earth and Bulwark.
Yeah, I'm going to see the Rip Lance was like the only thing that didn't get hit by that Ramfire Mega. And we can see that it made a difference.
Yeah, that was pretty big, actually.
It
Probably
really did.
not even really something he was predicting, just kind of got lucky there. I don't think he was expecting the Ramfire to come in at that point in time. Hisapio did get the didn't he get a Predator augment?
Not sure.
Okay, so he can't even use the Predator augment if he did. So that must have just been a denial from Mindia.
What? Oh, right. Well, you can add something. You can make something else a rogue, right? The Monkia, for example. Monkia Rogue is underrated as hell. It's like a win button. Honestly, it's actually really good. Like, you can give it Indomitable or attack speed or pure damage next to the rogueness. But I've even played a predator, like a 3 predator with predator monkier. Very fun to play, but it's very helpful because you can put it onto some serious threats, and have it both stack berserker and deal good damage.
Choosing to go Rip Lance here was an interesting choice. Looks like it worked out for him. Well, yeah, I don't know. It worked. It looks like he wins this match anyways, but putting the Indomitable on Rip Lance was able to get him enough damage on 2 of those units, so I guess it was a good play.
It's lagging for you too, right?
A little bit, not too bad.
Maybe not too bad. It's garbage for me.
I'm on a different screen. They have no idea what we're talking about, but I'm on the different screen that doesn't lag.
Okay.
But yep, Mendia taking your game 1 Hisapio with a little interesting take on this deck. I think these people that are playing the Earth monkeys instead of using the mud, I think mud is just so much stronger. I could be wrong, but I think the bonuses that you get from Earth do not outweigh how much you get from that mud synergy. Especially to a mirror matchup where you're playing that Earth into the mud. I don't see how that wins.
Rich, all the other games have been just fine, but Mindia's connection is like wild. Is wild.
Oh wow, it's actually lagging on stream quite a bit. I was watching it and it wasn't lagging for me at all. So I don't know what that's about. But yeah, we'll see if Hisapio thinks he needs to switch it up, or again, a lot of these players go for the salty run back even when they lose that first game, which is fair, you know. We've seen a lot of times people go for those salty run backs and they do win. So it's just how do you want to play it, and is the matchup actually that bad? Personally, I think Mendia's team comp just outscales and counters the way that Hisapio's plays. I could see Hisapio's working better than the mud comp into certain other comps, but as I said, as far as the one-on-one goes with those team comps matching up head to head, I think mud's just far better. I think it's on Hisapio to switch it up, and it's on Mendia to either I want to play those mind games or just playing the same thing, rocking it out until he loses. And again, I keep shouting it out, but Phantom does have their own tournament that is at 3 p.m. UTC that is coming up tomorrow. So if you haven't signed, I don't think sign up is over yet. No, I think it ends tonight. But so if you haven't signed up yet, go sign up for the Phantom tournament. That will be happening tomorrow again, 3 p.m. UTC. I think it's 10 a.m. EST. And make sure to go support them as much as you support us. And we appreciate the support so much. If you haven't already liked the stream, make sure you like it. If you haven't shared the stream, make sure you share it around on social media. Do your thing, and we love you guys. Thank you so much for competing and watching. So, a lot of these comps have just been centering around those 3 monkeys. Haven't seen too much other than that interesting phosphorus comp from B-Banks, which had the toxic in it, and I think he had mystic in there as well. So not too much variance that we've been seeing. We'll see if oh yeah, we saw an invoker comp, I believe. Yep. Someone was playing the invokers. That was fun. I'm surprised we haven't seen more invokers, especially into mud. I think invokers are decent into mud, depending on how you play it. So
I'm
I
very
think
surprised we haven't seen more invokers than we have. It's like for a whole day I played, and every single opponent was shock, Ophisto, fire weapon. You know, like clockwork. Like it was insane.
it's a very fun comp to play as well. I think it's super fun, but Yeah, it's super fun comp, but just a lot of people favoring that mud. I think the positioning on invokers can be intimidating for a lot of players, myself included. So I think that's might be why people want to play it safe using mud. But I think both comps take probably about the same amount of skill to play. They're both you both have to position really well. It's not as forgiving as phosphorus team comps. A lot of people hate when I say that. I'm gonna stick to it. I think phosphorus is one of the easier team comps to play. Obviously, there's some stuff that goes into it, especially in the mirror matches, but uh, we'll see if we see some more phosphorus, some more invokers. Not really sure what else we would see being pulled out. Maybe a rogue team comp into invokers. But other than that, I think the meta is pretty much set on those that revolving door. I think Arcanite's a little bit worse compared to where it used to be, but Mud and Invoker probably at the top right, and then Arcanite might be just as good. So it's those main
It's the
three. I
bloom.
can see.
It's the bloom that's making it so
Yep,
good. Like when you have that much regen. I believe the anti-heal augments someone told me don't actually affect the health regen,
it doesn't.
which is obviously a bug. Um, and maybe it would be a lot easier to defeat if you could like completely nerf out the health regen because some of the heal reduce augments are pretty major heal reduction. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, with that being said, like health, it doesn't affect health regen. And with that being said, I'm surprised that we're not seeing as many redemption cores being built, which at 60% health gives you 4% HP regen, which I think is underrated on phosphorus. I know you already get that with bloom, but especially if you get bursted down real quick and then you're noticing your phosphorus is getting bursted down and then uh, good to go for a little bit after that. You can ramp up some, uh, use the nano sequencer, maybe ramp him up into the late game that way. And now he has 4% healing on top of that. So I think that augment just in general, not just on phosphorus, but redemption core in general, the 4% HP regen is
Well,
underrated right
well,
now.
that was my question. I did try using that once, and I didn't really see it have any impact. What is 4% health regen? Is that 4% of your already regen added on? Is that 4% of your current health? Because the resonator gives 8% max health every 5 seconds. And if health regen is current health and not max health, then it's just not nearly as good. Max health is way better, especially on Bloom.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, there we go. Mindy is switching it up here.
Wait, who won round one? Mindy, right?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure. Okay, it's not laggy anymore. Let's do it.
And Mindy is going for a Predator heavy comp, it looks like. Can't exactly remember what he had, to be honest, but it looks like he had an Umber and obviously the Gorilla to get the double Predator. Probably has Predator on his Ranger. Ooh, Hisapio coming in with another interesting comp, double Rip Lance, so he can put in whichever one will get hyper easier. He has the Riptorus as well, regardless, just so he can have an extra fighter bonus. This round one's going to be much stronger because of that as well on top. And then he has Mud. So this is different compared to what he played last game, and last game had Mud as well. So as I was saying earlier, a lot of these team comps center around the same units, but you mix and match, put this or that in there, just depending on what your opponent's playing. Mindia already having that 3 fire bonus on top of the 2 rogue bonus, so he's going to be doing a ton of damage here. We'll see if he can outlive this Riptorus and Cardu, though. Nope. It looks like it is a strong opening, but, you know, that classic double toxic with the Riptorus and Cardulo is just super strong. It's a staple in the meta for a reason. Also, I think if the rogues were to aggro onto the Riptrus instead of the Cardulo right off the bat, he probably would have won that round 1. But again, Cardulo has the taunt, so who really knows? Puts in the Rip Lance here. Doesn't get any new bonuses. Just has Rip Lance and Riptrus. Double damage on this round too. Sometimes that's the way you want to play it. A lot of the times it's not, but sometimes that does make the most sense. So we'll see how that pans out for Sapio here. Mendia putting in I can't remember what that thing's called. But man, they tear through that Graco before he can even use his Omega. Super strong round 2 from Mendia here.
Oh
So
my god,
Mendia
it's
now
just
has the
a hard Slayer.
what was that?
Oh, interesting.
Yep. I said Predator at the beginning of the game. I meant to say Slayer. Sorry about that. So he's got the Slayer with the Gyro and Umber. And he has the 5 fire, so he's going to be doing what is it? 50% extra damage? Is that right? Yeah, 50% for fire units and 20% additional damage for units that aren't fire.
Yeah.
Yep, so looking like a really strong start here from India. Oh my gosh. Okay, so he's putting in the Axon and made his Ranger Harbinger so that they could get the Harbinger bonus right off the bat. So for those who don't know, it didn't work out for him, but what Mendia was going for is Harbingers gain additional resistances for 5 seconds on Omega, and when vanquished, which means when they die, increase the Omega power of their highest Omega power ally. So a lot of the Illuvials just have 100 Omega power right off the bat. I'm not sure who got the bonus there, is my question. Because increase the Omega power of the highest Omega power ally. Did that just go to a random one? So he's playing the RNG game?
It is random if they all have the same amount of Omega power.
Yeah, which they all do, correct? I mean,
Hard
which
to
one?
see. I'll check in 1 second. Let me have a look. Yeah, I think so. At
Yeah,
least
so
for
he just played
now.
the RNG game there. And then now he's probably going to put an augment on one of his carries so that they can get that bonus right off the bat.
Or he goes Steam. He does have the he already had Steam. Oh no, but it's not triggered. He'll probably go Steam, and Steam will give the Umbre a mega power, and then it will be either the Ranger or the Umbre, unless he stacks on even more.
Oh, okay. I forgot that Steam, they gain the Omega power on battle start. So that's why the Ranger has to be in the front, because if the Axon dies first, then the Ranger will get the has a chance of getting the bonus instead of Umber, which you definitely want that on Umber. Umber there just dodging aggros from his Omega, trying to get that Slayer bonus going. I don't know if he'll live here. Nope.
So he did not give the Omega power augment to Umbre, which is interesting. But yeah, the Ranger being right at the front, which is unfortunate and such a waste. Is the Ranger have Harbinger?
Yeah, the Ranger has Harbinger. So when the
Oh my
Ranger
god.
dies, it'll automatically go to Umber. So there's no reason to add the Omega on there unless you think somehow a Sapio can kill the Axon. In which case, you still have a 50/50 chance of it going to the Umber. And then when the Ranger dies, obviously the Umber will get that regardless, so...
Could Hisapio even play around that? Like, is there a way you can avoid killing the Ranger, or not really?
Not really. It's really just better generally to try and lock down that Umber before it can start going. Because you move all of your units over to a different side, and then it's just like, now he can play around that for the next turn, and if you wanna move again, you have to move all of your units onto this side, and it's that you play that kinda game. Generally, it's better to try and lock down that Umber. Interesting position here where this Umber is just feeding the Tiktaalik instead of taking him out, just giving him more energy to heal even faster. And then the mud on top of the Umber is going to slow him even more. Great play from Hisapio. And Mindia coming out with the team that he's cooking with. But as we say, sometimes when you cook, you're cooking, but it ain't edible.
It ain't edible.
No, I actually think the Mindia's team comp made a lot of sense. It could have worked, but Into the Mud was a little bit unfortunate. And also, it's a really hard comp to pull off.
The heals and Mystic is just so good. It's just like, it gives you so much longevity that Umbra needs to be like, half the opponent's team needs to be down before Umbra kicks off and starts roasting people.
Yeah, also, like, on top of that, he wasn't really able to get going because he couldn't get the takedown. Like, the Tiktaalik was there just tanking the whole time. He wasn't able to stack that attack speed from the Vanquishes. So, also Into the Mud, you're gonna slow their attack speed even when they're moving it up unless you have the cleanse augment. And I don't think with the Harbinger Umber build you have enough. You want to have that space on your Umber so that you don't have to use the cleanse, but
yeah, you need to give
sometimes it's just
him
a mud.
Vamp. You need to give him make him cast even faster and cast keep scaling from the casting and things like that. And Indomitable Augments, because Umbra does this thing where it can heal up 100% of its health on one Omega cast, which is really funny. But yeah. We're going to game 3, aren't we? You're muted.
Sorry. Try not to mouth breathe into the microphone. Quants comes in and says it's not too hard to lose in that mirror matchup. He hasn't played it too much. But again, Quants is always really fun to watch, so thank you for showing out regardless and competing.
I've got Whitey prepared to see the Whitey versus Odd semi-final. No, quarterfinal, sorry. The first quarterfinal that was ready. So yeah, looking forward to that. But first, we're going to finish up this game, obviously.
Oh yeah, I got some things to talk about as far as the brackets go. Some fun stuff just happened, but we'll see who pulls out here. I think if Hisapio wins this is a bit of an underdog here. I think Mindia is expected to be the better player, but Hisapio, I think, underrated, hasn't performed as good in the tournaments, but definitely a really, really good player. Out of the Japanese players, I think he's probably the best.
Sapping Hex. I don't think Hisapio was going to go for it either way, but getting the fire chip by accident because he ran out of time does feel pretty bad. And the Sapping Hex is so good against his team.
Yeah, also, it looks like this was the team comp that he used in that first game, opting to switch back into it. I can't remember what Mindia is playing. Do you remember?
Not sure. We're about to find out.
Yeah.
I figured probably Mud. Mud Mystic.
If it is Mud, that's a little unfortunate for Hisapio.
Why is that?
I just don't think this team comp plays
Ooh.
well into it. Okay, so it is that Mud. He's going for Toxic Colossus and then Mud Mystic. I
So this
believe.
is a repeat of game 1, isn't it?
Yep, pretty much.
Rocco got knocked out of his stun, and Cardulox is going to go hyper. Although I love 2 Rogue, and it's so much fun to play, the one thing it doesn't beat is Colossus, I should say. Or more specifically, Cardulox always beats it. Hey, if we wrap this up quick enough, I might be able to play some games.
I know, I'm thinking I might have some time after tonight to play a bit.
Oh, funny. The way he's spreading out his team, how do you feel about that? This is actually the first game we've watched that's had 2 platinum players. We've seen a lot of golds and silvers lately. I feel like the entire elo and ranking system is balancing out a lot more now, where less players are in high gold plat and more players are in mid gold, well, gold in general, and high silver. So this is some crazy good competitors here. What do you think of him spreading them out, though? Never mind. Jimbo stepped away for a minute. I didn't realize. Sometimes I don't check. The Arcalion moving backwards to the Lura is wild, but it still doesn't move it far enough to take away its heals. I like the idea of putting them all so far back that you can avoid the Lura that way, though. Unfortunately, 2 Verdant Colossus is just tough. You can't break that, not yet. And the Earth isn't doing anything because you've got all the thorns and the toxic damage. It's all pure damage. The Earth loses out hard against that specific opponent. And you can't really place Ramfire either. Riplance is your best bet. The better you can protect and utilize Riplance, the better you're going to do in this matchup. But that being said, I definitely wouldn't place it very far forwards.
Yeah, I could be completely wrong, but for me personally, if you're going to play this this style where you're using a melee bruiser carry, you either want to be playing Mud with Riplance, or you might as well just use Phosphorus if you're going to play this style. Maybe there's something I'm missing, and there's a reason that he's playing it like this. That's probably the case, but and it's probably just personal preference, but I personally don't see a way where this team comp outperforms Phosphorus unless it's into something very specific.
Mm. I don't know why he's happy as Riplance is winning against the other Riplance. Very weird. Very, very spooky.
Hisapio's Riplance has Earth bonus on top of it.
Oh, right. Yeah, that'll be it. And the 3 Bulwark. Wow, it was really close then for 2 big defensive bonuses. That's wild.
Yeah, so directly in the 1v1, his Riplance is going to win because it's going to have the 20 grit and resolve. And it's going to have the buff from Bulwark, so
Yeah,
it's going to have 25
resist.
physical and energy. Yep.
You need Sapping Hex. See, if Mindia gets Sapping Hex, he wins, for sure. So denying that is very important. See, I'm surprised he's not putting 1 point on Bulwark Imprint. Putting 1 point on Sapping Hex is really ballsy here.
Yeah, getting that Bulwark feels pretty good.
Oof. He actually manages to keep Sapping Hex, which I definitely did not see coming. And if he plays that right, it could give him a huge edge. The Invulnerable is quite fun too. What do you chuck Invulnerable on? Do you put it on Ramfire?
Um, I don't know, to be honest. If it was me, you don't want to take any chances here either because you're down 3.
Yeah, he has one turn too few to play out this game. Can't get enough augments out for it to matter, I don't think. The Ramfire does no damage to Colossus without buffs on it. That's why whenever anyone runs a Ramfire, they run it with 5 Scion or they run it with 7 Fire. Because Ramfire just doesn't do enough damage in this heavy Bulwark meta. It just doesn't do anything. You can't even kill like Invokers with it if they have 5 Bulwark. And so I think this is going to fall like a wet noodle. You might be able to live, but it's not going to do any damage this round.
Interesting choice here to put the Ramfire right next to the Rip Lance as well. I guess if his Rip Lance is walking up, that makes sense, right? He's going to be able to...
I think it's actually a bit different. I think you preserve Hisapio's Rip Lance. Hisapio's Rip Lance is the only way he currently has to break the tanks. And so with Ramfire distracting the opposing Rip Lance, Hisapio's Rip Lance gets to stay alive for a lot longer.
Yeah, that was actually pretty huge. I didn't see that at first, but it makes a lot of sense now. Because not only is the Ramfire tanking the enemy Rip Lance, he's going to get his Omega up faster. He's going to be able to get all of that damage down, then the Rip Lance can come in and clean up.
Yeah, the other thing is that Ramfire Omega took out the Monkia and or at least helped take out the Monkia, which had a big impact. If you can take out, even though Colossus is quite good in this matchup, if he has no damage dealers left, the Colossus aren't going to do anything. Especially when he chucks that. He just did the nearby allies. I don't know why. Made a mistake. Maybe he's not sure there's an undo button in the bottom left.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh no, he found it.
You can also press Control Z, by the way, chat.
Oh, really?
In case you're wondering, yeah, if you press Control Z, it'll undo.
Yeah, he knows the Rip Lance is the win con. He's just got to really play to it now.
Yep, adds a 80 physical energy resist to Rip Lance right off the bat.
I'm surprised he hasn't put on Sapping Hex yet.
I'm surprised he has a fire affinity augment.
That was an accident. He ran out of time on the augment bidding.
I see. Interesting.
Yeah, that was not intentional. So he's playing it with a handicap. The Rip Lance does have Indomitable, which lets it get quite a bit of damage off on Hisapio's Rip Lance, which he really didn't need, and be able to take out Ramfire quite easily. The Indomitable augment might have just won Mindia the game.
Yep, that's a great play from Mindia. Honestly, it was kind of the obvious choice to do for Mindia. It was Hisapio's move to like counterplay that, but sometimes there's just so much stuff going on, you can't think about it. But yeah, great play from Mindia, just super simple. Put Indomitable on there. He doesn't have to do anything too fancy because if he loses this round, next round he can still win. Just again, great play from Mindia. And again, Hisapio, thank you so much for playing. Always fun to watch you come out with these crazy comps that not a lot of people are playing. We always love to see that. And maybe this is Mindia's tournament to win. Hype boys, where you at in the chat? We'll see. Going back to the bracket, it looks like Soda, one of my favorites for the tournament. Hype player, been doing really well recently. Just lost to Hitball a tournament favorite, viewer favorite, for his unique, innovative team comps and builds. He's going up against B-Banks, another really strong player we just saw win against Quants. B-Banks really has been stepping up these last few tournaments as well, so that's going to be a Titan matchup. And then Mindia moves on to the next round. It'll be him against the winner of Fabled versus Hero. Again, the two other players that we've seen do really well in the tournaments.
forgot the bracket was up when I was messaging. That's really funny.
Whitey was beat Proto, who beat Smartass 2-0. So maybe that. Do you think the Xborg boys were overperforming, or do you think this just been unlucky? For me personally, I see Xborg as just that's unlucky. I mean, the single elim, you lose once, you can't really adapt too much, and it's a best of 3. Kind of just sucks for them, eh?
I think for the most part they've been a bit unlucky. I think lately I know SJud and Smartass aren't playing a whole lot because they're not super happy with the state of the game, or they're just not particularly entertained by it. But I'm sure they'll come back later. We're in full force, especially as we have things like team lists.
Oh yeah. Now, have we seen Whitey play before?
Don't think so.
Yeah, I believe this is a new name that we haven't seen in Inferno before. So Zod has done pretty decent in the tournament, so that would be a good matchup as well. Zod versus Whitey. Guziera is another player who's just made it to the quarterfinals. Someone I don't think that I've seen play as well. He'll be playing into either Sandbirdie or Nixitar. Nixitar, a player that I think is pretty decent, but just really hasn't been able to put it together when it comes to the tournaments. Always been getting into this, like the rounds right before quarterfinals, and just not being able to make it into that top 8, top 16. But in my opinion, it's just a matter of time. He's a very good player. It looks like we have Whitey and Zod up on the board. We're about to pull Whitey versus Zod in just a second, and we're going to put it in the stream.
He's switching to the Discord a lot, and I don't know why. Let me just ask him.
Yeah, sorry, we're having a bit of a issue with getting Whitey's screen display to work properly. Right now it's on his Discord, and we're trying to get him to solely focus on the game, so his Discord messages aren't showing up in the on stream. But I think he's Japanese, so he might be having a bit of an issue understanding fully. Hey, they call us Mr. Worldwide, Mr. Worldwides for a reason.
I don't know
We're
what
out
to
here
do.
bringing the whole world together.
I don't know what to do. Why? He's like playing and using Discord at the same time.
It's as if his because the way his mouse is moving, it looks like he's playing the game, and it's just showing Discord for some reason instead.
I think you're right. The hell?
While he's figuring that out, something that's really cool that we just found out. Brambu from Hype just said this in the chat. Nixitar and Sandbirdie are literal brothers. That's awesome. And they're going up in the round 4. Whoever Battle of the Brothers, it's 1-1. Sandbirdie's up 1, Nixitar's up 1. Winner goes into the quarterfinals. That's fun. I'd love to see that. Sandbirdie, I believe, got top 8 last tournament.
Two Hayes was telling us earlier that he's been training really hard, Sandbirdie, to improve. I think he's been training with Soda quite a bit. And so yeah, really getting up there. He keeps performing better and better at every tournament. We might see him win one at some point too. Could be really cool.
Yeah, I love his name. Love Nixitar too. So if he's Nixitar's brother, I'm sure he's a good guy. Are we waiting to get Hero and Mendia? Or are we just waiting for a game to open up in general?
I'm gonna shoot Headbone Hair a message.
Okay, that would be a very fun one to watch, but I think they might already be into it.
No, I had them on standby.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting
awesome.
better at this, I swear.
I mean, it's a hard job. You guys don't at home. You don't understand the amount of effort my man Squariax puts into this. It is so rough on him, but it's fun. Not complaining too much. But Headbone Hay versus B Banks, that's gonna be a fun matchup. I really can't wait to watch that one. Headbone Hay are always got something spicy. B Banks been pretty consistent, playing well in the tournaments recently. Hero Mendia would also be a banger of a game. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Zod and Whitey play. Whitey, again, as we said, a new name. It would have been fun to introduce him to the stream and just the Inferno fans in general, but I guess we'll have to wait. We either have to wait, or if he beats Zod, we'll see him in the semifinals. And it does look like we were able to manage and get the Hitbone Hay versus B-Banks match. Absolute banger, I'm sure, is about to ensue. Hitbone Hay, famously just one of the better players, always coming through with interesting stuff. On his main account, he's ranked 13. He has 2050 elo. So yeah, really good player. Always fun to watch. Always pulling something random out of his ass. You love to see it. Actually, I paid him the and again, if you guys are looking to play, or maybe you don't think you're doing as well, you can't make it into like top 8 or whatever. If you do decent and you play an off meta team that I find really enjoyable to watch and it does good, I'll give you $50. And Hetbone Hay, again, makes all these crazy teams. He won last week's bonus, crazy team comp bonus. So he got an extra $50 on top of his winnings that he already had.
Let's see what happens. Super, super fun. I love seeing the crazy off meta comps. Especially when we saw that Tempest Air come against that Invoker that one time, which was really funny.
Yeah.
Apparently they're still playing it in high elo in like 1900, 2000s. Apparently they play it sometimes. I mean, it does pretty well, I would guess, but yeah, crazy stuff. Love to see it. Fortunately, the air doesn't gain heaps of dodge. You got nerfed a bit. That's fair.
Yeah,
I mean,
that air got knocked into oblivion.
Problem is that they start with dodge, and so you can't give the air synergy that much. So we are waiting a little bit. So we have the Hepburn Head game in the wings. We're just waiting a little bit because they were having a short break before they start.
So what are you thinking about the meta so far? Do you think that this mud team comp is like the best that we can see? Do you think that Earth comp with the monkeys is good? Arcanite, do you think that's being underplayed? What are you thinking right now?
I'm surprised the Verdant Colossus did so well into the mud. That's really my big thing. I think I don't think it's better than the comp that who was it we just watched? Than the comp he was running was Hisapia was running. However,
Yeah.
I think Mindia knows the matchup extremely well and played it the best they possibly could. And that was really the difference. And then, see, that's what I like the most about Illuvium, at least especially at high level play and at the end of these tournaments, is you're seeing players that know how to pilot these teams. We're seeing a lot of the same team comps, but we're seeing a lot of the players have copied it and haven't practiced with it a whole lot. Let's put it that way. And they just don't pilot it as well.
Okay, thankfully it does look like we're into the next game. Finally got that set up, but no, I completely agree. I think a lot of these players just see the meta and think that's the best team comp, when I think a lot of these top players are, from what I've seen and from what I'm hearing, are playing more unique comps or more unique takes on the normal comps. So I couldn't agree more. Going back to what I was talking about right before this series started, Hepbomhe is bringing out a really Really interesting comp. Not new. It's the Scion Ramfire comp. He's got the Scions in there to boost the Omega power of his Ramfire, so he can just one shot everything. I love this guy. This guy is so much fun to watch. But he's also interesting. I didn't see this. He has the Cardiolox for the turn 1 being super strong. So it does look like he's made some changes to this comp. And wait, hold up. He's got like 20 Illuvials. This guy is cooking. This guy is definitely cooking. What the chat, if you have any idea what's going on, let me know. Let me know now, because I'm a little lost in what this guy's doing, but I can't wait to figure it out.
Oh my god, is this the Flish card deluxe? Oh, I love that
Wait
team.
wait until you see his team. Like, it's ridiculous. He has, like, 20 Illuvials.
Yeah, I love it. I'm excited.
Now, the reason why people do this a lot where they take, a ton of different tier 0 Illuvials, from what I've seen and the way Estra explained it, is that just kinda helps you get hyper, but it limits the amount of augments that you can use. So, would you rather have hyper on a bunch of units so you can play into whatever your opponent's doing, or would you rather have those extra augments? It definitely does depend.
I think it's so interesting because what ends up happening in my experience is, let's say you do have a team of 20 Illuvials and they cover like everything. Like you can play Mud, Phantom, whatever. You can play pretty much anything, right? Like you can set it up pretty nicely. What happens is, because your opponent only has 8 Illuvials, you can probably play the exact counter to them and do really well the first 3 rounds. You're probably going to destroy them if you play really well. However, the problem you run into is that since you have less augments and you can play a total of 16 augments on the board, maybe 12 of them are particularly useful for you at any given time. Like if you have 3 energy augments, or that's a bad example. If you have 3 attack speed augments but only 2 damage dealers, then you only have 2 attack speed augments, let's be real. But then what happens is if your opponent survives long enough, they can stack all their augments on the board, and their board is just going to be so much bigger than yours that there's nothing you can do about it. Even with positioning and stuff, I mean, they're going to reduce your attack speed, your healing, all the rest of it. There's not a whole lot you can do to stop them. But I like the idea of trying to beat them in round 4. I have seen this Scion comp before, more than once. Basically what happens is you do the 5 Flish, and then you slowly transition them into Lynxes. It's effective. You're muted, Jimbo.
Oh, I was just listening.
It's all good. Yeah, it's good. 5 Flish is so funny, though. Oh my god, they all went back right. No.
I mean, this Cardulux is pretty tanky.
Oh, yeah.
This is wild to see.
Well, he doesn't have
This
any...
guy is cooking.
Banks doesn't have any DPS on yet, which we established before.
He's cooking, and it is edible, boys. It is edible, so eat up.
It's such a wild game.
So he does have fighters in his team comp. Does he put those in as well to get that bonus, or is it situational?
I have to assume situational. I have seen someone with the fighters in there, and when they added in the fighters, they just like lost. It didn't work at all. In this case, though, oh no, I don't know. I don't know what you do. I do wonder how good 3 air is, though. Adding dodge chance to that card deluxe is insane.
It looks like it's
my
probably
God.
a very specific situation because he doesn't have all of the different affinities, so it's probably some to counter something specific in the meta right now. Maybe he goes 3 Scion, 3 fighter, builds it up that way. But regardless, it doesn't matter. Right now, he has 3 water, 7 Scion in. What does he take out to put the Ramfire in, or does he just rely on the damage from the Scion until later into the game?
Yeah, I think later you get rid of card deluxe and you put in Ramfire. And then what you do is you do like the most cruel thing in the world. Is you take one of your fleeches, put them in the middle, and give it invulnerable and indomitable. And just say, Illuvium, you broke your game, I'm going to abuse it.
Okay, so that's pretty similar to how he ran it the first time, just adding in the Cardu lock so he has a stronger early game. You love to see that, like the evolution of this team comp that he built, just perfecting it over time.
I'm surprised triple
I guess
flish beam doesn't eliminate Ripjaws. Or Ripland, sorry.
it might here. We'll see if he can get it off in time.
Oh, no, it was double flish beam, that's why.
Yep, he's got it. Does a massive 25 damage to B-Banks.
Oh, he loves them both. It's hard to say which is better on Ramfire. I would have said Powers Ascent. He's still thinking. He's like, which one do I take?
I feel like Perpetual Entropy is probably a little bit better. It helps you get to that 2 Omega, I think, easier.
Nah, but the 50 Omega power, think about it. You're getting 70 or whatever Omega, or even higher. You're getting a lot of Omega power from Scion. Add 50 on top of that, and your Ramfire Omega is like 2.5 damage.
Sure, I just think the other one is easier to use, but I could be wrong. I mean, I've never played this comp before, so I'm not too confident about that take.
I think you'd be surprised how hard it is to get Ramfire to cast twice. It takes a lot of damage after the first cast because all your signs are at the back. And then when it comes back to ground, they just kill it. I don't think 50% refund actually works for you.
Okay, he's relying on the Scions, it looks here.
I think because of the way Tempest works, he needs to hold him at the front. There's no point letting Kukaraf stun lock Ramfire.
I have my doubts on if he's even going to use it.
I'm surprised Indomitable hasn't come out.
He put the Slayer on his Riplance. That is great. I love to see that.
Oh no, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it does. He at least got one, but man.
Yeah, but last
the problem
game
is
it got
putting
way
those
more
right
than
in front
one.
of the Lynxes is it's like they do so much damage, and all three of them were hitting it. The
Yeah,
Lynxes do underrated damage with their Omega.
Actually, they only do damage when you've got 7 Scion. Even 5 Scion Lynxes, I mean, it's good, but they're so hard to play. Like, it does not take much to taunt them with the Gorilla and make them face left or right and do basically nothing.
Okay, it looks like he's gonna, the tactic that he used last time with his Fleesh, because he's not using the Ramfire here, he decides to just post that onto his Cardilox instead. I like B-Banks going for that Slayer, just dropping it down, seeing what would happen. I respect that. Big respect, big dog.
He's with the Ranger at the back to taunt. I probably wouldn't have bothered myself, but he's stacked the energy. Now these 3 Lynxes are just gonna like murder the Riplane straight away. Let's hope it moved to the left or something. If it's sitting there, it's going down.
I don't think the taunt
God.
is a bad idea because you got to remember as well that the Riplance is going to be a little bit buffed up this time.
I will say that if the Riplance goes to one side of the Lynxes, the Ranger might be able to drag it to the middle, which is going to give the Lynxes the angle against Kukaraf.
Yep, see, because now he's a lot tankier because you added the.
Yeah, look at this
Immerse matrix
angle.
on there.
Ready? Oh no!
Oh my god! Okay, we gotta get a rewind on that one, boy. That was wild.
God.
I was not expecting that much damage. I mean, goodness gracious, perfectly places the Ranger to taunt the Riplance that has the Slayer augment on it. Even with the hyper endurance matrix, this thing just absolutely melts. Like, it doesn't matter how much resist you give that guy, he's done for. Boom! I mean, disgusting damage.
Is that the shortest? That might be the shortest round I've ever seen. I want to see that again.
Yeah, that was pretty fast.
Let's see how many seconds that is. That's the shortest round 4. Oh, round 5, sorry.
B-Banks is punching the air right now. Yeah, that was
14 seconds.
Crazy.
15 seconds. Absolutely wild. A very brutal comp indeed.
Yeah, he played that really well too. You can tell that he's been practicing that a lot. I think that comp, the way he played it and the way he piloted it, made it look way better than if you were playing it. I'll be honest. Hebone, he's been playing that comp for a long time. I'm sure he has so much more practice. And it seems like if you don't really understand this comp, you're not going to be able to pilot it the correct way and the way that Hebone is able to play it. This guy is crazy. And I think this team comp, if you can get it down correctly, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a really good comp.
Mm. It's particularly good against that Tempest. Any setup that clumps up, it's really good against. You can only redirect Flish Beams so many times. I think Colossus works a little bit okay against it because you can split them up a lot more. And then any rogue-related comp, and even some Invokers can do pretty well as well because the Ophisto would just nuke the Scions at the back pretty easily. But I'm sure there are ways to play into it for sure.
Now, does Web3 Gaming go by a different name, and does he play in Inferno? Because I see him in the top 10 all the time, and I think he's Web3 Gaming TV. He's rank 1 right now, and his second account is rank 11. Dude's cracked.
I'm not sure if we've seen him in Inferno, but he's been making some really great content. And definitely plays the game a lot, so he's very familiar with it. Yeah, I'm not sure if we've seen him in Inferno.
Yeah, Web3 Gaming, he's in the chat right now. Big shout out to him. If you need to learn how to play the game, the person I always shout out is Viper, and Web3 Gaming is probably on that same level. Dude is absolutely cracked at the game. Makes great content for beginners to learn how to play the game. Definitely check out his YouTube channel. And it looks like we are back into the next game. B-Banks replying
No way.
with the same comp.
No way. It's slightly different.
Slightly, yeah.
Doesn't have as many Illuvials. Oh my god. Oh
That's
my
so
god.
funny. The balls to like play this comp into the guy who made it is crazy. So Hetball Hay is up 1 game, and B-Banks decides to play his own comp into him. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Hetball Hay came up with this comp. But
I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all.
But
This is
Hay,
this is going to be our favorite game of the entire tournament.
This was going to be so fast. It's going to be here and gone. Let's see it. These mirror matchups sometimes do take longer, so we'll see. Really lining up that Cardilox, trying to make it as perfect as possible.
Yeah, he's going to split the fishes as much as he can. But what's the angle? I don't even know where to begin with this matchup.
Yeah, this is crazy. Sorry, Chad. I ain't got nothing to say. He's really trying to line that up perfect so that the Cardilox moves just enough to where it doesn't get hit by the Flish Beam. And those slight adjustments in a mirror matchup are the difference.
Oh my god, you're right. You're right.
I mean, it just makes sense. The super close games like that, the small details are what wins you the game.
I would not have planned that out the same at all. That is wild. The other thing he could have done to fix it was he could have moved the Cardilox to the left, the Ranger on the other side. Because B-Banks' Cardilox was doing Thorns damage to Headbon and not the other way around.
But those slight adjustments, like people are like, oh, the game's like, you're always doing the same exact thing. Those slight adjustments are proof that the small details win you the game. Hetbonhe is a ranked 13 in the world in this game. And so like, just so you guys know, you're just bad at the game. Don't blame the devs. Don't blame the game. Hetbonhe is proving that you're just bad and you're not playing properly. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you guys out. I'm just being real. But no, like all jokes aside, great play from Hetbone. Hey, we're gonna have to see how B-Banks replies.
Always stacking them in the corners. Yeah, I would have spread them out. Spreading them out makes sense, especially against the Lynx in the future.
Oh yeah. Like, that's just again one of those things. Hetbone Hey, rank 13, made this team comp. Do you really want to play that mirror matchup? Who knows? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. We'll see.
Oh my god, he's gonna take it.
Yep.
this
Round
is such
2.
an outrageous match.
Another thing that we're saying, like, B-Banks putting all of his units together, Hetbone, spreading his out. Just, again, the small details win you the game.
Will you drop a Ramfire?
It depends. If you can position to where you move, you don't get hit by any of these beams, that's probably better, eh?
So he sees that there's less pressure on the left, go into the back right corner in terms of damage. He plays them close up. They're not in any of the current angles for the Fleesh. He's trying to suss out if a Lynx gets dropped in the middle, what sort of angle it's going to be. This is wild.
This is so tight. Like, these mirror matchups get super technical. I would be very surprised. B-Banks is a great player, don't get me wrong, but I would be very surprised if Hetbone loses this with how often he's played
We're
this
not
comp and
biased.
how
We're not
much
biased. I'm just
I'm
just
not
excited to see
biased
a
at
good
all.
match.
Yep. I'm definitely not biased. I'm just trying to think of it as objectively as possible. Oh my
Currently,
gosh, you
Hetbone
see the
is
way
in the
he angled
win.
that?
This next Lynx cast from Hetbone is going to be really good. And the one from B-Banks is going to be wasted. Oh, I don't even. It's so hard to tell who's going to win, even halfway through a given round.
Yeah, the thing about, like, the mirror matchup too is it's like the better player should be winning all the time, but it's gonna be dragged out because, like, they're playing the same units, so there's not gonna be as many at the end of each round. So in mirror matchups, they generally take longer, which is funny.
So wild.
Another thing to point out here is the way Hetbone has his team comp built. He's able to get these synergies, like he's got the 3 fire, which is giving 10% additional damage to all of the non-fire units, 30% to his Fury, and to his fire Fleesh, fire Lynx. Yep, and B-Banks doesn't have anything except for the Toxic and Scion and Colossus bonus. So again, the macro play here is just far better. And it's not like B-Banks is playing bad at all. It's just the level of understanding from a top player like Hetbone on specifically this team comp as well, just far outseeds B-Banks so far, right? Like, he definitely could come back and win, but from what we're seeing right now and just the way I know Hetbone plays, it just looks like he's piloting this on another level. See if B-Banks deviates from the path, if there's anything wild in here. Okay, Hetbone preferring the Scion. B-Banks going for 6 Scion, but decides to put in the Ramfire. Let's see how that works out for him.
Well, it doesn't have a whole lot of resistances on his. Oh my god, he takes out the Ramfire before cast.
Yeah, that's pretty bad because not only is he not going to be able to get damage off of the Ramfire, his Ranger doesn't have the Gauntlet, so he's not getting the damage off on that either.
Yeah, I've learnt the hard way that you can never ever drop a Ramfire without the energy augment.
I would like to see how much damage his Ranger did there because there might be an argument for the daggers to be better specifically into this comp with the Scions, but I doubt it. Because especially with the way Hetbone is playing and he's not grouping up all together, you're not going to get that burst damage onto multiple targets. So it's possible the single use of the daggers will outperform the gauntlet, but I doubt that. But it's possible. And especially if he doesn't have the maxed upgraded gauntlet, it probably will outdamage it for sure then. But I don't see a world where 70 cost dagger outdamages 70 cost gauntlet.
The gauntlet, the ranger just doesn't last long enough in this entire matchup for the gauntlet to make a big difference. The daggers is good because you can dash around the board, which is actually pretty helpful against fleet.
Yes. Yep. That's what I would think as well. B-Banks has the 3 water synergy, whereas Hetbone has the 3 fire. So I'm not really sure which one I would prefer over the other, I'll be honest. But man, that Lynx is doing so much damage. And then Cardelox is still alive. It's just going to tank all of this. Yep. Hetbone is on a different level.
Such good damage. The Cardelox outlasting everything is surprisingly good.
Yeah. Really, really good play from Hetbone. Like it's gone 5 rounds and it probably will go 6 or 7. But it doesn't feel like it's close at all. It feels like every single round Hetbone just has 1 step ahead, just barely 1 step ahead of B-Banks. Again, I keep harping on it, but I really want the viewers to understand this. Those small differences in the, like, positioning, the way he places them down on which turn, uh, those make all of the difference when it comes to these mirror matchups and just the game in general, but, like, just it makes such a difference. I don't know how to say it else than that. Super big. And here we see Hetbone switch into his Ranger and goodness gracious, the Ramfire, so he can get the double Phantom, and now he's going to have the Inferno. 3 fire, 3 water, energy regen to 10% additional damage on that. Ramfire ultimate puts Indomitable on there so he can't die right away. I don't know what that other augment is, but it's looking good. And he sets them up perfectly to not get hit by any of the Omegas. That's wild. I think
Yeah, so
he
only
loses
one of
here,
them
though.
has 7 Scion. You can see they both have Indomitable.
Uh, it might go out here though. Yep. I don't think that's the stage 3 Indomitable, so as you can see here, Hetbone just perfectly places both of his rogue units so that they don't get hit by any of the Omegas. If he gets hit by Omegas on either his Ranger or his Ramfire, he loses there. So again, just 1 step ahead every single round. But B-Banks, again, it is B-Banks could take it. I mean, he has 30 health. It's not over.
Oh my god. He doesn't even get the 3 fighter. He does get the 3 air, which is going to slow down the Ramfire cast. Not sure how impactful that would really be, though.
It's not just the Ramfire cast though, right? Because he has the Scions, which, as we've seen, definitely do make a difference in how you play the game out. They do a lot of damage, so not just stopping the Ramfire, also stopping B-Banks's Scions from doing as much damage as they could. Puts the Fleesh top right corner with the Invulnerable, so he's gonna have Invulnerable for 6 seconds on that Fleesh, just tanking and tanking. Pretty much kills all of the Scions before his Ramfire can even use its first Omega. Again, keep saying it over and over, and no disrespect to B-Banks at all. He's a great player, but Hetbone is just on a different level and different understanding when it comes to this comp. Clean sweep, 8 rounds in a row, 8 or 7. Just again, it didn't feel like B-Banks B-Banks played it well, but it didn't feel like Hetbone like made any mistakes whatsoever. It seemed like he was always 1 step ahead. Always.
Oh, that cast from the Lynx was just
Yeah.
so perfect.
Beautiful. You love to see it.
Hmm.
An update, we do have Guziera and Nixitar up next. Nixitar did beat Sandbirdie 2-1 in the brother matchup. So he goes on, and I think this will be the first time we ever get to see him live on the Inferno in the quarterfinals. Hitbone Hay beating B-Banks 2-0 going into the semis. And Hero and Mindia is 1-1. So battle of the hype boys to get into the semifinals. But yeah, again, this was a 120 once oh my gosh, I can't think 128 tournament and we're already into the quarterfinals. That feels pretty good. Though my brain isn't working, I apologize. Um, but yeah, still been super fun. Zod drops to Whitey, who beats Zod 2-0. So Whitey making it into the semifinals, Hetball Hay making it to the semifinals. Hero Mendia is 1-1, and we're about to watch Guziera versus Nixitar, which is the last quarterfinal. How we doing in the chat, boys? W for Scoriox and W for the Wildfire tournament admins who were able to put this on. Again, appreciate you guys for watching. Make sure to do not forget to like the stream, please. It really helps us push out this stream in the algorithm to new people who might see Illuvium or some Illuvium fans who might not know about the Inferno. Really helps us out. Make sure to share it on social media, on Twitter, Discord, on Reddit, on MySpace, anything you can throw that link onto and get some eyes. We greatly appreciate it. And again, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys are enjoying the viewing experience, and we're getting into our next game.
This is also a low connection, so it might be a bit of a choppy stream. If it is, then we'll jump to whatever semi-final kicks off. Hero and Mindia are 1-1 at the moment, so it shouldn't be long.
Nixitar with that clean Team Liquid PFP. Interesting take from Gui. I wish I knew how to pronounce this guy's name. I'm going to just call him Top G. Interesting play from Top G this round one. A lot of people go for the Cardulo plus Riptorus, so they have the double toxic round one, super strong. It looks like Top G is preferring just the Cardulo with the Monkey Air. So it has Berserker and Earth, but it doesn't have that double toxic that you would see with the Riptorus. I wonder why he's playing that over Riptorus. Maybe it's specifically for this round one to beat Cardulax. I'm not sure. But Nixitar instead himself starting off with the double toxic, double Colossus on his round one. Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, if you're playing into a team comp where you know they start Cardulax round one, unless you know you have the team comp that beats it round one, I don't understand why you would even put anything down. From my perspective, I would always just let them win that round one because you're not taking either of the Ranger or the Cardulux out. So you're going to take the same amount of damage no matter what you do. So you might as well just see where they place it, and then you can. And of course, it's just one unit that they put there, and they can't move around. But still, that's some information that you get compared to nothing and getting the same amount of damage taking regardless.
Yeah, this stream quality is really bad. It's very hard to watch right now, and Nixitar would probably have been just as bad, so that's why we went with Quiz.
Okay,
Yeah,
do we want to move over to a different player then?
Well, the only other game we've got is when Hetbone Hay's ready. This is literally the only ongoing game, and then Hero and Mindy are finishing up their third game in the series. So when they finish, then Hetbone Hay will have his next match, and we'll watch that.
Okay. Apologies for the quality in that case, boys.
And girls.
Dudes.
Yeah, it's pretty unbearable. We're just going to switch it up to the hosts and we can chat.
Yep, no problem.
Okay. So, like, I don't want to harp too much on Hepbonhead's team, but I do want to mention that we're looking at the bracket. He's gone 2-0 against every single...
Every single what?
Every single opponent he's had, he's gone 2-0. I just need to do something quickly. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, I think and I've been saying it this whole time, and maybe I'm a little biased towards like people who bring team comps that are different just because it's fun. But I really do think there's something to the statement of creating your own comp, learning how to play it perfectly, and that being how you are one of the best players, especially because if you do come up with your own comp, number one, it can be hard to play and you'll be like one of the only people that understand it, right? Especially with the low player count that we have right now, low because we're in beta, but uh I think there's really something to say for finding your own style, finding your own team comp that works really, really well, and learning how to play that as perfect as possible. I think a lot of the top players are doing stuff like that right now. Simply, and again, it's way easier to say that instead of like just doing it. But that's why these players are top players. They know how to make these team comps work so that they can play off meta stuff and still be good into these other top players. Because when you play off meta team comps, you come at it from an angle where your opponent isn't going to know how to react because they don't have the experience playing into it. It's such a big buff compared to just playing the same team comp everybody else is playing in the meta, which there's nothing wrong with that, and you can be the best player doing that. But I think especially if you're a lower skill player or you're newer, coming up with something off meta that works good into the meta comps or even just okay can sometimes give you a better result than if you were to just straight up play the meta.
Yeah, especially against other people of your same skill level. Like, even me, I've tried the Scion thing that Headbone has working. Like, it wasn't quite the same, and I didn't have enough of a path from Flish to Lynx, which he's really perfected. But really what it is that I did not know how to... Watching him just then, I do not know how to position those things. I was playing that all wrong, okay? Like the Flish, I was lining up the back or whatever, sure, but I could never get the Lynx to line up their shots quite right. Maybe I was playing against a player that was playing really well against me. I don't know. But I always had a lot of trouble getting the Lynx to do what they needed to do. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, the links are super tricky, man. I have no idea where I would even start with that. I need to start playing around with Scions and Invokers in general, just so I can get the positioning of those types of units down easier. But those units that have to cast and the positioning on them is super, super important. It's super hard to play around those for me personally. And also, still surprised we haven't seen any Invokers, especially some of these interesting shock teams with the Ophisto. I think
Yeah.
we're probably seeing a bit of a underrated presence from those team comps. Again, people just not valuing playing stuff that's off meta, really just trying to play it as safe as possible. And I'm not sitting here like complaining or bitching about it. I really think people get a boost out of playing those team comps compared to just like the same meta thing that everybody else is playing, or play the same meta thing everybody else is playing and take, you know, slight changes, add this augment in or add this alluvial in that changes up the team comp just a little bit this or that way. Um, I think that's really huge as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think Mindir and Hero are just wrapping up. I have no idea who won. But yeah, like, I'm very surprised we haven't seen an Ophisto. I think we've seen one half Invoker thing. We haven't seen a single Ophisto, which I ran into like 10 of them straight the other day, and
We
it's
saw
very
one
surprising to
Infisto.
me. Did we? Oh, we did.
One.
We did.
Yep.
But
But
it's a
still,
good
like,
team. It's a good team. It does this thing where it builds up DPS surprisingly fast. And the 3 water bulwarks are just such a good front line. You can't even like, they're like before when we had the 4-5 empath front line. The 3 water bulwarks are insane. And then Ephisto just does good damage. If you're really good at the game, I'm not quite good enough for this. You're really good. Sorry. You could play around Ephisto quite well, surprisingly well. But it is no easy feat, that's for sure. It looks like Mindia took out Hero, is going to be moving on to the next thing. It's like 50% of the players hype. Anyways.
Yeah, Hype's been doing really good recently. Their players, especially Soda. Soda has been killing it recently. Falling a little early in today's tournament, but generally Soda has been absolutely destroying. Loses to Hetbolnhe, which is in the semifinals, so probably just an unlucky matchup there too early into the tournament. But I think Soda's probably top 5 that signed up today.
I more meant like sheer quantity, the amount of players in the tournament in general. Maybe they're all from like the perfect time zone. But there are so many of them now. You love to see it. You love to see a bunch of people banding together and training together as a team. It makes it easy for newcomers too if they want to join a guild like that and stuff like that. We educate as well in Wildfire, of course. But it's great to see the entire community coming together. And when Hype hosts their own tournament, I'll be sure to participate in that and whoop them all. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, that would be really fun. Can't wait for that. Again, Phantom Tournament tomorrow, 3 p.m. UTC. I think signups are still out there. I'm going to send a link in the chat real quick again, just so you guys know. But yeah, we have esports events going on from not just us. Phantom's putting them on. Hype's planning on putting some on in the future. Esports is looking good here. And you know, like we dropped the tournament signups a little bit late. Sorry, guys. It's the holiday season. We got so much stuff going on. So big apologies there. That process will get streamlined better into the future. But it's good to see the esports scene thriving right now. And I really hope we can build up that foundation even more leading up into the private, not the private, but the public open beta.
So far, Hetbolnhe has had a perfect run. It'd be the first perfect run we'd have if he does take it with it. Mindia has got 2-1 for these last 2 games. But doing well. Mindia's a very good player. This should be a very, very good game. One of the best we've ever seen. Although that Hetbolnhe Banks was so much fun. And yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of Whitey. They're playing really well though, so you like to see it. And Wazera and Nixitar, I haven't really seen either of them play much. Nixitar doesn't really have the ability to stream their game at the moment, so we just can't watch them for now, and hopefully they come up against someone with a really good stream like Hetbolnhe has at the moment. And we get to watch them later if they go through to the end.
Yeah, Whitey, really interesting dark horse we're seeing here. Took out Smartass, took out Proto, took out Lord Urano. Really good players. And for me personally, I think the winner of Hetbolnhe and Mindia, I think these are the top 2 remaining out of all of these possible remaining competitors. But maybe Whitey will surprise me with these. With his performance has been absolutely crazy. Huge dark horse again. But I still think Hetbolnhe and Mindia, just 2 of really strong players. I mean, Hetbolnhe again, rank 13, Mindia rank 7. Both these players have been up in the top 5. I think Mindia's even been top 1 for a good amount of time before. Yeah, these players are just really good.
Yeah, with the leaderboards coming out, it's been really interesting to see where they actually sit. And there are quite a few like top 50 players that haven't quite played in a tournament yet, but most of them I would say have. Still haven't seen Viper rock up in a tournament. I know he's probably going to come when there's team lists and things, or he prefers to just stream and stuff like that as well. But I'm looking forward to seeing him in a competition. Because he talks a lot on Twitter about like how the game is skill based and you should be able to win most matches, especially in a mirror and stuff like that. And so I like to see if that's true. I reckon a tournament is a good place to prove that.
Yep, I agree. And we are into the next game. This one is going to be an absolute banger, boys. I cannot wait. This is probably the most hyped I've been for an Inferno series in general. Headbone Hay, definitely, in my opinion, both these guys top 2 in the tournament. Again, like I said, Headbone Hay always comes with fire off meta decks that are really fun to watch. Mindia, cerebral player. I think he came up with the Harbinger build, right? That was Mindia? Or am I wrong?
Not sure. It might have been. It sounds right.
Regardless, Mindia does play a lot of the meta stuff, but not afraid to branch out and come up with some fun stuff here and there. Even in his meta builds, sometimes he throws this or that in there just to counter this or that situation. But yeah, again, really enjoying Mindia's play, and Hetbone Hay, again, always fun to watch. So this matchup is going to be an absolute banger. Hetbone Hay coming in with actually going for the Mud Toxic Colossus here. And Hetbone Hay has the Mindia goes with the Toxic Colossus with the Mud. Has Riplance in there. It has Monkey Ear, so he has the Berserker bonus. But Hetbone Hay going for his Scion with the Toxic Colossus opening. And you see, this is one of the reasons why Hetbone Hay and a lot of other players will put in just that one extra dinky cheap unit when they have the Cardilox Toxic Colossus opening. Because if you're playing into a mirror where you have the Toxic Colossus on the other side as well, it's basically you flip a coin. It's heads or tails. The other person wins based on RNG. You put that extra dinky unit in there, it makes all of the difference. It's just like the placement we saw with Hetbone Hay backing up his Cardilox a little bit in the last game. It's those small differences that make the outcome of the game just change dramatically.
Should be interesting, but Hetbone Hay's team is pretty good into this sort of thing. So we'll see how it plays out.
Interesting note here. He feels a little bit safer to not have to spread out his Scions. Very comfortable just linking those all up together compared to the last game where he was playing into the mirror matchup where he would spread them out a little bit to keep them safer.
Like, I don't know how Mindia can even win around here with all the fleesh. Although the Verdant, I think, really helps. Although every single fleesh is going to go on Arcalion. Oh, no, it's not. No, I'm crazy. I'm high. The Verdant is very good here.
Yeah, that's going to add a ton of survivability to the Snarl. But not enough.
The Nala Mega does a lot more damage than I thought.
Oh, it might be enough, actually. Archelion's auto attacks kind of hurt.
They're just hitting the wrong one, that's all.
Oh, yeah. That is kind of unlucky.
And if Cardilox went to the left, those two would have died from Toxic and Thorns. So
Yeah,
it was like literally
round.
the most imperfect ending for Mindia. But we can see the Verdant helps him outlast those Fleesh. Let's see if the links make enough of a difference. I love this. Testing out the line of sight.
Yep, really trying to hit both of them at the same time.
Who do you try and kill first, though? Cardilox or the Verdants? Try and eliminate Cardilox without letting the Verdant trigger, don't you?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Oh, it's wide enough that you can hit all three. Very interesting. Does Ramfire come out early? Nah, not quite. But Gorilla comes out.
Yeah. Yep, puts the gorilla in there.
And he taunted
Hetbone
it.
Hay predicts it by putting the Colossus Ranger in there so he can taunt him away. Goodness gracious, the rainbow.
Oh!
Taste the rainbow, buddy.
Yeah! Taste the rainbow. That should be the name of the team.
That gorilla is hyper though. He's got the attack speed and nothing is attacking him. Oh, gets it there.
You can see he got the perfect hit from the Lynx. Just like he wanted. All he wanted for Christmas.
It's the fine details.
Certainly is.
Now, do you take the Inferno affinity on the other side so then you can have triple Inferno? You look a lot better using your Ramfire into that clump on the back left of Hetbone Hay.
Oh yeah.
So how does Hetbone Hay respond to that?
All you gotta do is you gotta give the Ramfire Indomitable, or it's not gonna work. And the last thing you want to do right now is you want to put the Ramfire in without the energy augment. If that thing does not have the energy augment, it will not cast.
Yeah, he's putting in the air Illuvials here too because he's expecting it. So the next round,
he hasn't got the air.
Yeah, he doesn't have it yet, but Mindia doesn't have the mastery points to boost up his Ramfire to do enough yet, I don't think. So I think the next round, when he does have the air, this transition round right here should really help him get to that point. And yeah, I think Hetbone Hay is still looking really good.
Yeah, Mindia's bonded and has no ranger weapon right now, so he would have to unbond to bond into Ramfire. So Mindia might need a play to not die for this round.
Yeah, I would agree. And it's messing with you too, right? Because Hetbone Hay, you look at his board, you see all these Illuvials. Like none of them are a Ramfire, none of them are a Phosphorus. So it's like he's just, it can be deceiving, if that makes sense. Doesn't decide to take that out. Yeah, this was a bit of a Hail Mary.
It is going to cast.
Just doesn't do enough though. It almost did though. Wow. That did way more than I thought. Did you think it was going to take them all out?
Well, the Inferno finished him off.
Yeah, but I was not expecting that even still. Like, that was kind of crazy.
It almost died right before it casted. I'm very surprised it didn't. But to be fair, the Ranger, I don't think taunted it. If the Ranger was there to hit it, it would have stunned it at some point as well, and just Hetbone Hay would have won that round.
So now he's going to be able to put in the extra air unit, or maybe he just doesn't. Let's see. Okay, he chooses to put in water instead of air. Interesting choice to have put in those 2 air units last round. I guess he just wanted the specific damage, but now he has 3 fire, 3 water, extra damage, extra energy regen. Decides it's not worth it to just put in 3 air for just 20% energy reduction.
The Colossus, it is only 20% on the first cast. The Colossus Ranger there, I think, is the big difference. But I expect some sort of augment to go on Ramfire to help it cast here. You'd have to, right? So he gives it Indomitable and energy. So that thing's definitely casting. Not sure if it's going to hit Elfie.
He has 3 Inferno as well, which is something we don't see very often. Oh, that's just going to hit everything.
He did give Indomitable and Thorns to his Cadulox.
That really saved him.
The Indomitable didn't even trigger. The Thorns on Cadulox is pretty huge, though. Against this specifically, at least. Where it's 3 tanks versus a Cadulox, you give extra Thorns to that, and you lose.
Yeah, so each time he uses so since he has the 3 Inferno units first Omega superheats the air, dealing damage every second to enemies for as long as they live. So as soon as they get their first Omega off, 80 energy damage per second for every Inferno unit that's alive. Which is not, we don't see him triple Inferno very often. This is probably the first time we've ever seen it in the Inferno, so we'll see how he's able to operate it, see if he can come back or if it's just a lost cause at this point. Personally, I think the Inferno augment the way he played it might have been a bit of a trap.
Why do you say that?
Because the games have been super close. Each round
Mm.
has been super close. It just feels like I said this last game, and I think it's less intentional this time, but it feels like Hetbone is still one step ahead of everything Mindy is doing.
The Dorius back left is interesting. He's going to get a little bit less impact out of those fleesh. He really should have moved his tanks to the right, though. The Ramfire is going to get the cast, but now Alfie is going to get the energy regen while being indomitable.
Man, super close, but Mindy had just barely taken it out at that last second.
That Ramfire is just too much. You need to make an attempt to avoid it.
Yeah,
I don't think you have a choice anymore.
The late game matchup here is looking really good for Mindia.
He's getting stronger and he has more augments. Headbone has one augment left. If he doesn't win this round, I don't know what he can do.
Yeah. It's gonna be wild. Hetbone wins like 6-7 rounds in a row, doesn't kill Mindia, he comes back, outscales him. That's definitely possible, especially, I mean, look at his board compared to Hetbone.
I think Hetbone could transition to Ramfire.
I agree.
Because then he would have 5 Scion Ramfire, whereas Mindia wouldn't.
Yeah, he'll pretty much get Omega right off the bat as well with the way that
his energy
Mindia
is,
has his board set up.
He's trying to drag the Ramfire to the right. If he does it, it's probably a good chance he wins, right?
Yeah, we say it all the time. If Ramfire can't get his Omega off in an optimal way, he's kind of just fucked. Or screwed. XD. Puts in the polar bear back there to get some extra damage on him.
Well, the polar bear steals attack speed, which is great against the big bird.
Doesn't he steal like a lot of stuff, not just attack speed?
Yes, he steals attack speed, resistances or damage. I can't remember.
I think he takes away damage as well. Bites his target, dealing damage, stealing 50% attack damage and attack speed for 4 seconds. So it's not stacking.
No. Imagine if it was, though, if it was permanent stealing. That'd be so good.
That would be wild.
Oh my god, what happened? Did we just lose the stream? Oh my god.
No! No! No!
His computer might have even crashed.
Oh, that sucks so bad. Damn it. That was such a good match too. I really think that Mendio was about to come back. So maybe if he Hetbone has a lot of health left. So maybe if he comes back, he resets into the game. Maybe he has a chance if it was a DC. Unlucky there.
He had
Sorry
to
about
close
that.
the game because the round didn't start for him.
I see. Unfortunate. I really hope we can get him back in here for those other games. Scorix is trying to figure that out right now, but we were saying Mindia was looking really good from that point on. I think Hetbone played that really well, but then once that Ramfire started doing so much damage, he was positioning really well and it was still doing good into him, but he was still inching out those rounds. And now, because Mindia, think about it, he only had 4 units on the board other than his ranger. He still has 4 more places for 4 more Illuvials. Hetbone was completely out of augments. This is not looking good for Hetbone. Mindy is looking really strong here. He's the one scaling. He still has units to play. He still has augments to play. And in theory, it seems like he should be outscaling Hetbone from this point forward. So you guys can't see it on stream, but Hetbone is back into the game, and it looks like the game is over. I don't think he was given a chance to rejoin that game. So
Yeah, they were both too low in health.
okay, I believe he lost.
Yes, Mindia says that they won on the round that it crashed for Hetbone with a big damage number. I don't know how exactly the crash works. So if Hetbone movement of all of these Illuvials is counted and included before the match plays out on Mindia's side, at least, I have no idea. But I have asked for screenshots if they have it. It would be nice.
No problem. But yeah, I think it's fair to give Mindia that win. I don't really see a way that Hetbone was going to come back anyways. Plus, I'm pretty sure the way that Hetbone had its units set up, Mindia would have won that next round regardless. So it is what it is. Make sure again, while we are in this little dead space here waiting for Hetbone to set up his game again, I would like to ask that you guys like the stream, share it on social media. Let's really push this out into the algorithm, get some faces in front of not just the Illuvium Inferno, but not just Illuvium Esports as a whole, but Illuvium in general. The more eyes we have on this game, the better. We have people coming in, looking at the stream. They're like, oh, they already have this foundation for esports going. Game looks good. Sharing the Illuvium Inferno can do nothing but help you. And I'm not just saying that because it's attached to me, but that if you do want to share just because of me, I'll take it. But again, appreciate you guys sticking around, especially through the technical difficulties we've had a little bit this stream. But we should be back into the game here just a second. Hetbone 0, Mindia 1 currently. Mindia on game point. That clean sweep we were talking about, unfortunately, doesn't look like Hetbone is going to be able to pull that off. Almost did, leaving Mindia with just a little bit of health left in that last game, but
Okay.
was taken out, unfortunately.
So for anyone who's asking, I spoke with Mindia. They watched the entire game. We are going to go to the next game. They watched the entire game play out. It just didn't play from Hetbone side. And they said that Hetbone Illuvials did all move, putting all the Scions and stuff at the front. So it looks like the entire match did go through properly, and Mindia did end up winning that round. It was they sent a screenshot. It was actually minus 40. They did a ton of damage and only just cleaned up Hetbone on that round. Very close. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it, but I think it all is all pretty above board for that one. So I'm glad to hear that at least, that it wasn't a complete unfortunate outcome, right?
Yeah. And we're probably going to see just straight up run back here. Hetbone pulls out the same team comp, same setup for round 1, puts in the Cardiolax with the Ranger, double Toxic, double Colossus, one of the strongest round 1s in the game, plus has the Flish back in there for the mirror matchup, giving a little bit of extra damage to win that round 1 if Mindia follows suit and does the same play.
So what is Hetbone game plan going into this? Because he was on the brink of winning for many rounds if he just dealt with the Ramfire a little bit better. Do you think he's going to try and play around it a bit more, or not really bother?
I think if I were him, I would play the same exact way and just try to optimize the amount of damage you do at the end of the round compared to what he was doing, because he was doing it in small chunks, and there were possibilities where he could have either gotten that Ramfire down or just positioned a slightly better to have won this or that exchange. So I think he's going to see it as a skill matchup and try to play the same way.
I think Mindia's team's a little bit different. It has a Ramfire, but it has Berserker and everything. Did he have that last time?
Yes. It's a Toxic Colossus with Mud.
Yep. I don't ever remember Gorilla coming out, though.
Yeah. And after that big long spiel talking about the way Hetbone should play, I will say that Mindia kind of screwed up his entire game last game. So it's possible that his team comes better and he just really messed up this round. We'll have to see.
I am glad they're rematching the same comps, though, if that is the case. There's no telling how that could have played out. Like, how low did Hetbone get him? Pretty low, like 200.
Yeah, it was like 200 over like 6 or 7 rounds.
Yeah.
So if he plays just slightly different, it's definitely possible he can win well before then. But again, it's hard to tell like how true that really is because of how much Mindia messed up, because he like took something out and then put the Ramfire in, which kind of delayed him a couple rounds, I would say, compared to if he were to have streamlined the process. If that makes sense. I probably explained that really bad.
Oh, he's going to cast. That's good, but he needs to be doing more damage than that. That's where the Scion shine is. Like, after 2 rounds, they're on half health. Oh.
I'm not sure what Quantz meant by this. He said in chat, "You guys are nuts. ... A really freaking show."
I have no
I'll
idea.
take that as a compliment. Thank you, sir.
I didn't want to.
I don't know what that means, but I'm sure he accidentally missed a word there. Happens to me all the time. I think I'm losing my voice too from talking so much, which is unfortunate. But here we go. We see Hetbone pulls up pretty much the exact same way as he playing the exact same way, that is, compared to how he played the last game. I think putting in those 2 air Scions randomly kind of hurt him a little bit. He was trying to react to how Mindia was playing. I don't think he'll make that same mistake. So last game, both players kind of messing up how they want to play this or that turn. We'll see if they can capitalize on it this time.
Last time he did not manage to taunt the gorilla like he did just then. He waited around to do that because he didn't see it. He didn't quite plan it out, or at least he was in the wrong spot, but he managed to taunt it perfectly this time around.
Yeah, looking at that Lynx Omega, it looks like Mindia did change up the way he placed his frontline Colossus units so that the Lynx wasn't hitting all of them at the same time. Actually, kind of, even though he did lose that round, going into the next rounds, that probably will help him out a little bit.
Do you think anything in either of these teams needs to get a nerf in the next patch?
Honestly, I haven't played enough to make that decision. I would feel bad even answering that.
Personally, I like to see Colossus get a slight buff. Mud to maybe get a slight nerf. Oh, it's probably fine. I definitely want Taunt to get a nerf across the board where it doesn't knock you out of Omegas and things like that.
That would be nice.
And I'd actually really like to see Verdant get a slight buff, but I'm afraid that if you buff Colossus and Verdant, you're going to run into some problems. But I don't think Scion... I think Scion actually needs a buff too. Like 5 Scion is surprisingly underwhelming. You can't really use it unless you go 7 Scion, in my opinion. It's actually quite a big jump.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I kind of like the way the game's balanced currently. Obviously, there's a lot of room for improvement, but at the moment, I'm not sure what I would even be able to say.
Oh my god. Read him like a book. He moved the Ranger and everything.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
And now the Lynx are going to hit it. Oh my god, he takes out the Ramfire.
Yep, doesn't even get to get that cast off. That's 100 mastery points for nothing. We'll be
Oh!
seeing you later.
No way! It's enough damage.
That's what I'm saying, Hetbone. Hey, just run that thing back. You believe in your team comp. You know that you can beat it. Because last game, he was just winning by just a little bit every single time. This time, winning by bigger chunks, being able to chunk Mendia down more and more and more, and really just taking this game away round 4.
Like, this is some sort of insane sort of memory, right? Like, quite literally, Mindia did the exact same thing. Because last time, remember, I said Ramfire was going to die, and it didn't. It didn't die. This time, Headbone Hay put his Ranger exactly where he needed to last time. They literally ran it back, but Headbone Hay said, I bet you're going to do the same thing. Or, I mean, how could you predict that? I wouldn't predict someone does the same thing twice. Anyways, he did. Ramfire died, as I said he probably would. And the history is written at that point, right? There's nothing else you can really say.
Yeah, I mean, Hetbone Hay playing that absolutely perfectly. Again, moving that Ranger over, like you said, right in front of the Ramfire. I believe that was Mindia wasn't expecting it, but I believe Hetbone Hay probably predicted that, considering the way that his Flish had set up their Omegas. So I could be wrong, could have been a guess, but I believe that was completely calculated by Hetbone Hay, just further proving how much experience and knowledge he has on this specific comp and how to play into something or how to defend himself in this or that situation. I think we're just seeing someone who's mastered their specific comp.
I'm not convinced it would have made a huge difference if you didn't put the Ranger there. Well, actually, I take that back. If you put the Ranger to the sides, it might have dragged Ramfire across. But if you didn't put the Ranger near the Ramfire at all, the Lynxes still would have cast through it. And so I don't think that would have made a big difference. But if he left it where it was, it might have dragged the Ramfire to the right, and one of the Lynxes probably would have missed. So very interesting to see, just making sure that it wasn't in the wrong spot, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely
You
crazy.
love
What
to
do you
see it.
do as Mindia now? Do you run it back and just make sure you put the Ramfire off to the side and get less value out of it? Or do you play a different team?
It's hard to say, right? Like, um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. If I was Mindia, I would play an Arcanite team into this. I feel like Arcanite would be decent depending on how you play it, especially if you can keep your phosphorus safe for long enough. But we'll see what he plays. We're into the next game. And it does look like you guys weren't able to see it, but it is just a complete run back. Mindy is playing the same exact team, and so is Hetbone Hay. So it's 1-1 now. We'll have to see if that first game was a fluke, or if the second game was a fluke, or if it's just a mind game, and to see who can perform and maneuver their comp better into the game. I do think Phosphorus would have been better here. It would have been fun to see if that Phosphorus comp or some kind of Phosphorus comp could go well into this Scion. Nothing too different here from Hetbone Hay compared to the last two games. Playing it the exact same way. I really wouldn't even be surprised if Mendia doesn't play anything. Okay, so he just decides to go for it. Put down the Cardiolox and Ranger. Maybe he can do the same thing he did last game, where only the Flish is alive. So he limits the amount of damage taken that first round, but it doesn't look like that'll be the case. Splits the taunts perfectly, both living on like 2 health. Absolutely gross. Calculated. He did that in his head. 100% confirmed that was just calculated by Hetbone Hay. Knew what was going to happen, completely predicted, and yeah, just outplaying Mindia there.
Okay, we have Whitey and Guizera on standby. I think they're both Brazilian, so neither of them is going to be a super high quality or at least high connection stream. But hopefully we'll go all right. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to just suffer through that one.
The alternative is waiting
one,
like 30 minutes for them to finish because it's the other semi.
yeah, it is what it is. But regardless, we are here still 1-1. Again, my favorite matchup of the day so far. Hetbone Hay won, Mindia won. We'll see who can come out on top here. Not too much changing from the last few games here, turn 2. I do wonder what makes the difference in where he puts 3 Fleesh on one side compared to 2 on the other. I wonder what the thought process behind that is.
Yeah, I don't know if he's picking sides or just hoping for the best, to be honest. I could definitely see that you have to, you can't really put one in the middle because you put the lynxes there. But besides that,
Won that one by just a little bit. Moves over the links just a little bit so he can maximize the amount of damage that he gets off on all of the enemy Illuvials. Maybe this is a trap from Mendia to make Hetbone set up positioning in a way that favors his Ramfire Omega. That would be a big brain play. I highly doubt that's the case, but that would be fun. Decides to put in the 3 fire instead here.
so Headbun Hay caught all the repeating actions from Mindia in the previous round, right? But
Yeah.
now is Mindia going to do the same and catch repeating actions from Headbun Hay? Ooh, I had a feeling
Puts in the
Ramfire wouldn't come
Adorers
out.
here.
That is going to slow down the flish on their next cast.
Oof, didn't get off the healing from Adorius in time to save the big 2 units there. I do think that's gonna hurt pretty bad, but really smart of him to put the Indomitable on the Adorius. That's going to waste 2 Omega casts, but here, as we see, it really didn't even matter.
Oh my god. What is this team?
It's kind of like it feels like that Adorius placement was really just Mendia trying to figure out, is there any way I can win these early rounds? Like, it seems like that was really a Hail Mary. But unfortunately, I think it may have actually even hurt him because he wasn't able to take anything out, where with the Ramfire Omega, generally he can take out a few things here and there.
Mm. Although that being said, if you manage to take out half the Scions now, Adorius has enough healing to outlast the rest of them.
I think that's big. Getting the Scion imprint, you can put that on Ramfire.
No, he didn't give him the Scion imprint, did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh my god.
He didn't even put anything down on it.
Oh god.
Yep.
Now he can get 7 Scion and Cardiolox and Ramfire.
It looks like he's going to just set up this round. He's got 3 fire, 3 water in, and then he'll be able to put in his Ramfire, put Scion on that Ramfire, and just be able to take over. He's gonna probably take out that Nature Fleesh. That drops him down to 6 Scion, then puts in the Ramfire. Boom.
Oh god. I almost don't want Mindia to win this round. Feel
I
bad for
want
him on the
to
next
win that.
round.
I want to see what the next round looks like, because maybe Ramfire with Scion bonus isn't even better. Maybe you want 2 different augments on him to make him work. It's who knows? We'll see.
Gets rid of Adorius. Did he fake him out? He hasn't
Oh
set
my
up the
gosh.
he hasn't set up the Ranger in such a way that would taunt the Ramfire this time. He's not going to win the round, but crazy.
Yeah, closer. That's gonna save him a little bit of damage there. And man, that was a clutch placement from the Ramfire. And his Ranger, the reason he should have more things on the board, but he wanted to get that Indomitable and the energy, and he also put the upgraded Gauntlet on his Ranger. That's why he took out all of those Scions there, in the back right corner for Hetbone. It looks like Hetbone is probably going to try and um,
The Ramfire caught
face
Alfie
those
right
up.
on the edge of its Omega too.
Yeah, the line that it draws on the board is a little deceiving because it hits a little bit outside of that as well.
I don't think this is going to work the way Hetbone seems to think it is. What I expect to happen is the Indomitable. He has Indomitable this time, and so you won't actually kill the Ramfire with the Lynxes. Great angles though, but I'm not sure how this is going to play out. He really sacked a lot. He got rid of the Kaju locks. Mindia did. That's crazy.
He needs to get that Indomitable off as soon as possible. And
Holy
just one shot everything.
mother of God.
Wow. Now he does still, as we can see, he's circling that Scion augment. He does still have that. Okay, let's see what he decides to pull out here.
I don't know what's happening, but I'm excited.
Same.
Yeah, I like that. Oh no, you do Indomitable, surely. Yeah.
Now, what does he put up front here?
Completely forgot that if you do this, you lose Colossus.
I think
Toxic.
now, is there an argument to be made here for those augments that give his full team energy? Is there any kind of argument for him to put shield on that so
Oh,
the
that's
smaller
absolutely
Scion
what you
unit?
do. That is
Yeah,
absolutely what you do.
that's what I was thinking, but he's
At least
preferring
one
the
of them.
energy.
Because they're all left on like 1 health. What if they were left on 201 health? That would be pretty good.
Well, one shot a lot of them, so I was wondering if that shield would save them at all. Let's see how this works out. Let's see how much damage this Ramfire actually does. I feel like it's gonna hurt if he can get it off. It's going up.
Coming down like a yo-yo.
Was not enough.
Yo-yo ran fire. Now the Inferno will kick in.
Nope,
Oof.
shouldn't.
The other Ramfire does not go down.
It took a little too long for him to get that Omega off too, it felt like. And Mindy has spread out so well on his team. You see, really spread them out, his front line, doing a really good job keeping that Ramfire from being able to get all that it can out of that Scion augment.
This is really close. Almost hard to watch. I don't know why he's insisting on the fighters.
Yeah, I think he wants to maybe delay an enemy team cast a little bit, but I'm
It's
not
not
sure.
enough. It's barely 10%, I think. You need to avoid the cast hitting you at all. That's the only thing you can do.
It's 20%.
Okay. Not bad.
But I mean, I still agree though. Like here, I think he should be using the shield. But again, maybe it still one hits them through the shield. I don't know. I doubt it, but
Yeah, you have to put the Ranger on the Adorius for sure.
let's see if that Adorius catches Hetbone Hayes Ramfire or not.
He does catch the 2 Mystic now.
Okay, his Omega should hit everything, but Mindia's isn't looking very bad either.
Oh yeah, they're both good. Although the fighter is bringing Ramfire down a lot lower than it came to last time.
Will he be able to do anything with this last Omega? Will he even get it off?
Nah.
Nope.
Dies to Inferno midair. Ooh, we see it come down to the last round for this semi.
Oh man. Hetbone Hay seems a little lost here. Is he choking under the pressure?
Mindir is
I
playing
think that
really well.
I think that Scion augment seemed like a good idea, but now he's a little bit lost on what to do.
I still maintain the Ramfire Omega feels a little bit too large. When it's in the middle, even though that's relatively predictable, when it's in the middle, there's very few hexes on the board that are not taking that Omega.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to say as well though too, because once the augment changes come in, there might be a really easy way to take Ramfire out that we're not able to see.
Oh yeah, it's very possible.
Okay, Hetbone Hay here has 5 air now.
He's still leaning into the Ramfire Omega. I'm not sure why he doesn't place his entire team top left. Oh, here we go. Here we go. He's going to keep some Illuvials this time.
Wow, his Ramfire gets into that indomitable state so fast. Almost was not even it didn't get its Omega off. Wow.
No
Wow.
way. No way.
Wow. Hetbone Hay. Hetbone Hay. W in the chat for Hetbone Hay. This boy is popping off. Absolutely Giga Brain play.
I don't even know what happened. Did Mindia over predict? Did Mindia say he's gonna move them all left or something and then move the Ramfire?
So what happened was Mindia's Ramfire got its Indomitable triggered way too early, and while it was in the air, the Inferno did enough damage to kill it.
Oof.
So he didn't get any value out of his Ramfire there. Incredible play from Hetbone. Hey,
So
delaying with the 5 air, getting damage down with the Rip Lance, so the Indomitable pops up too early. Great play.
5 air made that much of a difference. Absolutely wild. Absolutely insane. All right, let me just sort out this next semi. I'll get back in a sec.
That was an absolute pleasure to watch from both you, Mendia, and Hetbone Hay. Like, guys, thank you so much for competing. It's been, I say this every single time, but that series, actually, I've never said this, but that series led, or I'm sorry, I can't talk. I'm just so excited about it. That series lived up to the hype that I was expecting. No pun intended. But yeah, that was so much fun. I knew there was going to be a lot of really fun, cerebral, high level gameplay playing there in this matchup. And it again, it lived up to the hype. Thank you guys so much for playing. Mindia, always a pleasure. Hetbone Hay coming in with the interesting team comps, putting the Scion down on the Ramfire. Completely changing it up, putting the 5 air in on there. Gosh, that was fun. Thank you guys so much. I can't wait to clip that one up and put it on the Inferno YouTube channel. That's going to be a great, great game to look back on. That was so much fun. And then Hetbone Hay has so many Illuvials. He had so many different ways to change up the team comp at the end there, adding the 5 air in, so that was taking away what energy cost increased by 35%. So Ramfire took even longer to get off. It was kind of, it felt like a Hail Mary. Like, it's really hard to calculate that in your mind. So I'm sure it wasn't a perfect calculation, but man, what a great play that was. I can't get over it. That was so much fun. Hetbone who? Hetbone he. Hetbone he. Hetbone he is him. Heck of a match. GG's. Very, very true. All right. And the next game we have Guzera and Whitey, two players who are on not the best streaming quality internet they don't have, but regardless, we'll get into it. Haven't seen much of either of these players. Whitey has 2-0'd every single person he's played against, I think. Let's see. Yeah, Whitey has not lost a single game of the tournament yet at all. It He played Proto, Lord Urano, two really good players. Zod's pretty good. I mean, Zod got a top 8 finish too. Congrats. I think that's his first. I could be wrong. Nixatar, first top 8 finish, lost 2-1 to Guzera. Also, by the way, Guzera, if you're in stream, comment in chat how I pronounce your name. I have no idea. But you're top G for now. But yeah, Hetbone Hay entering into his first finals. One of my favorite players to watch, if not my favorite. Again, won last tournament's Jimbo Award, where you get $50 for playing some off-the-wall meta comps. Probably will win it again today, unless we see something interesting out of one of these two players. Can't exactly remember what Whitey or Guzziero were playing. I think they were both playing mud comps, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays into Hetbone Hay's team.
I think Whitey's stream bugged out again. So I'm trying to get Guizera, but I think they might be in. I think they might be in the middle of the game. I'm not entirely sure.
They already played one of the games, or was that from last series that we?
No. I haven't played one yet.
Okay. All good. Yeah, so some big changes coming into the Inferno next year. Well, these past few weeks, both of us have been really busy, obviously with the holidays and stuff going on. We wanted to keep it weekly. I don't want to take any breaks from that personally, but yeah, weekly tournaments, keeping that going, and a lot of extra stuff we'll be trying out. You know, like we did with the double elim and the single elim. We're going to try out some banning phases, some more interesting rules into the tournament to make them a little bit more interesting. Have some more variety in team comps. That would be really interesting, I think. If you guys have any suggestions on what can make the tournament more interesting or how to set up the tournament structure, feel free to let us know. We're always we're not, especially if you give us feedback, we're not just going to brush it off. We legitimately do like read everything that everybody says, and we use it as information to improve the Inferno. So if you have some feedback, let us know. We would love to have some free tips. And if you haven't signed up for the Inferno, I did just finish the official Illuvium Inferno Twitter. We're going to be posting times at this. We're going to be posting tournament structure, time, rules, all that at the same time at the beginning of each week. We'll give you more information on that when we get to it. It is at Illuvium Inferno on Twitter. If you guys want to follow that for more updates. And I think that's about all I have as far as Illuvium Inferno information goes. Phantoms tournament is being hosted tomorrow at 3 p.m. UTC, which I think, let me just go ahead and look up so 3 p.m. UTC and 10 a.m. EST. So for any of you guys who are still looking for a tournament to play, maybe you missed today, you can sign up for Phantoms tournament, I think still for a little bit. Let me take a look and see. Okay, it looks like that is actually all filled up.
They didn't have a
But if
cap.
you want,
I didn't believe.
they had a deadline for sign up though. Unless I'm wrong, someone can please correct me. But that tournament should be really fun. Make sure you guys go and support them. Yeah, registration closed like 6 minutes ago. But if you did miss this tournament and you don't know, Illuvium Inferno is a weekly tournament. So if you missed today or you miss next week, it's weekly. So just stay in the loop. Again, follow that Illuvium Inferno Twitter for more information on that. I'll go ahead and type that into the chat on Twitter so you guys can see it. We'll be posting all of the information on there. And obviously in the same places on my official Twitter, Jimbrino, at Jimbrino ILV, and on Scoriox's Twitter, which is at King Scoriox. So if you want to stay up to date as good as possible, you just follow those Twitter accounts. We'll be keeping it up to date as much as possible. We are still trying to figure out how to get these boys in the game. It looks like they're just about to get started. But yeah, a lot of really fun games, especially from Hitball and Hay and Mindia. Mindia was really fun to watch as well. B-Banks dropping to Hitball and Hay. Whitey dropping to Zod, and Guzera beating Nixatar. So Hitball and Hay in the finals. Now we have this last semifinals of Guizera versus Whitey 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, thank you guys for sticking with us through the technical difficulties we're having here. We're still trying to get this set up as soon as possible so we can get into this last semifinals and then into the finals, which the semifinals will be a best of 3, but the finals will be a best of 5 unless both finalists, unless something's changed. It might actually be best of 3 now. It just depends on what the finalists want to do. Again, thank you guys for watching. Make sure to like the stream. Really helps push it through into the algorithm. Share on social medias if you haven't already. Reddit, Facebook. Share it to the boomers on Facebook. Share it on Discord, Twitter. Appreciate you guys so much. Shout out to Muffin Man for posting about the Illuvium Inferno on Twitter. Really cool to see the support there. Appreciate you so much. All right, it looks like they are into the game now. Looks like Scoriox still trying to figure that out. Sorry about the technical difficulties. We had 2 players who don't have the best stream quality, so. And a bit of miscommunication from someone who I don't think is a native English speaker.
So, Jimbo, you can see the stream on mine, but you cannot see it on Video Ninja. You can see it on my camera thing.
Yep, I see it.
Yep, you're all good?
Yep.
So what I've done is I've gotten them to do it through Discord instead, which is surprisingly good video quality. So I will need to consider that for the future. But until now, That is what it is. The only problem is that since I set this up on the fly, I have no way to do instant replay for this stream.
It's all good.
I may be able to configure that, but I don't know.
I wouldn't worry about it.
So we got no instant replay for this one, but at least we've got a really great stable stream that we can watch.
Yeah, no problem.
It looks really good. I think
Hesapio,
Discord's taking a lot of the load for it, so we might have to use Discord more often.
Interesting. Whitey opening with the same team comp that Hesapio opened with. This time wins into Guiazera. Guiazera opening with that same comp we were talking about earlier, but we weren't able to watch his stream. Opening with the Cardulo, but with the Monkey Air instead of Riptorus, which most people run that turn one. They'll run Cardulo and Riptorus for the double toxic, and then they have the tank, and then they have Riptorus for damage. Guiazera choosing to run the Monkey Air and Cardulo though. That's why I don't think that's as strong. Especially round one. I'm not really seeing where that would ever be like a Cardulux Colossus opening or a Cardulo with Riptorus opening. Maybe it's very specific. I'm not sure. Moves up to 5 Earth though, has the 3 Bulwark and 2 Rogue in now. Much different team comp than we're used to seeing. Has all of the monkeys in it, but they're not mud, they're earth.
Yeah.
So giving that written resolve instead of slowing attack speed and all that.
Yeah, one of my favorite teams is the Lura Gorilla Earth Rogue. I love it so much.
Yeah, unfortunately for Whitey, Guizera's toxic units are both water dominant. So they're getting hyper super fast off of his 5 Earth unit team.
Yeah, that's the thing with hyper is you don't really gain hyper from a 1v1. Like if we had a perfect hyper matchup, let's say I think water gets 2 points against earth. If a water and earth alluvial fight against each other, even after I think it takes 30 seconds until the water alluvial actually gets hyper, which means that you can't really win hyper against something like a ramfire. Whereas if a ramfire goes into a bunch of, I think, air units, then it will get hyper. And so I'd like to see that a little bit different, maybe. But at the same time, I think it's quite interesting, especially when front lines are so diverse.
Yeah, interesting choice here from him to only use the Earth Sword, not bond at all. Especially when he has 6 Earth already, he could just bond with either of the Berserkers, get that 3 Berserker, but maybe he doesn't want to bond. Maybe that doesn't work with his build path, but really interesting team comp from Whitey here. It's super close, actually.
You can see only one side. Oh, they both have Bulwark. They both have Rogue. Very interesting.
Really close match.
They're tied up on synergies. Is this a mirror?
Yeah, it looks like this is a mirror, except Guizera has a maybe stage 2 or stage 3 Graco instead of stage 1. Is that true, or am I just looking incorrectly? I can't
It
really
looks
tell
bigger
from
than a
this angle
stage
yet.
1.
Yeah, definitely stage 2 at the least.
Yeah, I don't think it's stage 3. Yeah, whereas Whitey has a stage 1 Grocco on the left there.
Why are you opting to put in his Ramfire now? Okay. Again, Whitey has not lost a single game in the tournament yet. Also has another Inferno augment on top of that.
Oh
Wait,
my
does he have a
god!
Phantom
How did he
augment?
get an Inferno augment?
Wait, does he have a Phantom augment as well? That's absolutely insane if that's true. That's crazy,
I hope
actually.
Quizera got like a meteor or something. Like, Jesus. Wild. Absolutely wild. I'm very excited for when Matmu is released. This is Tempest Harbinger. That's going to be so much fun.
Oh yeah, that'll be interesting. His Omega looks fun to play around with as well.
I don't know what
Let's
it
see if
does.
it moves the Illuvial it's attacking into the back line.
Oh, cool. Move it into a Ramfire Omega.
Yeah, I think this Ramfire placement's really good. Oh,
Mm.
not as good as I thought it would be. I thought it would drag down, but still not bad placement per se.
Oh, that Riplance moving to the back line is huge. Although it's coming back for the cast. Didn't want to miss out.
Does about half the damage. Not enough. That Riplance is hyper too, is so strong. Whitey losing his first game here, possibly. See how he responds if he can pull back this game. Yeah, he has Phantom and Inferno. That is kind of crazy. The late game from Whitey could be super strong, but you have to be really careful how you place those. It's very tempting when you get really good augments like that, like having both Inferno and Phantom. It's super tempting to just slap those on as soon as possible just to see what you can do, but a lot of the times that's not the best way to play the game. You it's very tricky on how you can put those down. Sometimes they can fool you is what I'm trying to say.
Oh,
They
for
can
sure.
definitely fool
For
you.
sure.
Moves over the Ranger, is trying to get the aggro from that Ramfire to move over to his Ranger. Oh, no, I'm an idiot. But yeah. Stuns with the Grocco. Positioning just from GUI 0 just looks like it's a little bit better each time. That Ranger Gauntlet doing a ton of damage, though. Saving his life there at the end. If he didn't get that last Ranger blast off, he definitely loses there. Has the Earth stage 3 Earth Tipo up front, giving the thorns with his Omega to anything that's up front. So that's going to be pretty big, actually. Just the way that those units are set up. Earth, like the stage 3 Earth Tipo specifically, I don't think I've seen many people even use that unit. So that's an interesting play there. I don't hate it. I'll say that I definitely don't hate it, especially in the mirror, where you have two of these berserkers like walking up in the middle. You're going to give your units thorns. I don't think it gives anything else. Um, yeah, in a medium area, causing allies within a medium area to get physical and energy resistance for 5 seconds. Okay, so inflicting enemies with disarm for 2 seconds. Okay, so I don't know why I thought it gave thorns, but it's going to give physical and energy resist on Omega for 5 seconds to any of your units in that area, which again, still same thing in that area, giving Instead of having thorns giving resistance to all of your berserkers, your front line, not bad. Whitey has a good setup for his Omega. Very nice.
Mm.
Yeah, that was really big. Adds the Phantom Augment and Inferno onto his Rip Lance. Not really sure you need the Inferno on Rip Lance. I think that's a bit of a waste, but putting the Phantom on there, getting him into the back line, really good way to play that game there, I think. Really what that does is that just helps the helps get through that Earth Greco way faster. That way you can get over to the main team as soon as possible. Let's see if Guizera responds to that placement. Whitey choosing to add more energy on the Ramfire so he can get its Omega off even faster. Indomitable and Siphon on the Beetle in the back. Decides to move his Cardulo to the back as well, leaving his Monkey Air up front, exposed a little bit.
Mm.
That Monkey Air is going to die very, very fast.
Well, if he's given him the energy augments, I don't think he counts it being alive, even though it's actually one of the best Illuvials in the game, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think in this specific situation, it makes sense though, right? It's a very, very unique situation. So I don't really hate it, to be honest. In most situations, that would be terrible, but I see what he's going for right now.
Mm. The Ramfire is right in the corner, up against an indomitable Cardillo. It's going to gain max health from the cast and still not die to the Ramfire even.
Wow, what a comeback from Whitey. Played that really, really well.
Oh, no, that didn't
See,
work.
I will say that the Phantom on top of the Rip Lance was pretty big. That actually really helped him a lot there,
Mm.
especially at the end. Get through that the tanks that he had in the back line there. Also giving Ramfire a little bit more time to cast, and the aggro onto the Rip Lance and Ranger from having more units back there is going to help him get off his cast and clump up the enemy team even nicer. That's another thing that really helps from just having that Monkey Ear in that one spot. All the units aggro over to the Monkey Ear, giving a clump for Ramfire to burst onto. On the side of Whitey, he had his Cardulo in one spot where Guizera had all his the Gorilla, the Ramfire, his Ranger, all just attacking that Cardulo and the Earth Graco for so long that it pretty much wasted any value that he wanted to get out of them. Really, really good play from Whitey. I loved that.
Oh, for sure.
The comeback was so much fun there. Underrated. All right, and we're into the next game here. And did they play the same team comps? I wasn't able to see actually.
I'm not entirely sure.
No problem.
I'm trying to get action replay to work. And I thought it should have worked that time, but I have no idea what I did wrong.
Okay, so Whitey changing it up actually this time, going for the classic water bulwark with the invokers. I'm not mad about that either. Kind of a shock team. He's going to be able to put it in his Ophisto either round 2, round 3. Just depends on what he wants to do. Regardless, the Ranger's going to be shock. He'll have the Ophisto, and really, really trying to maximize the value out of placing his bulwarks in a very specific placement. Interesting to see Guizera put off his Grilla right off the bat instead of waiting to see where he placed all of his units. Maybe that's the only way he thought he could win this round? I'm not sure.
Oh, the 3 water.
Yeah, generally not a very strong opening. Guizera still decides to put out his Gorilla and
Yeah, so weird.
yeah, both of these players are playing really weird, and not in like not even in a bad way, because I think obviously they're both in the semi, so they're both good players, but it's fun seeing uh, them play from a different angle, if that makes sense.
Oh, for sure.
It feels like a completely different meta. Although Whitey, playing a very, very normal comp this time around. I wonder if there's a thought process behind the extremely weird way he put those 3 bulwarks in front. Guizera putting in all 3 of the mud monkeys now, so he has 4 mud on turn 2. Never seen that being played before.
Oof. We're finally seeing a Fisto come out. Like, properly.
Yeah, he got so much out of those Omegas as well. On that first one, he was able to get his Omega off, kill something, and then kill something on the second one, so he was able to get his Omega off twice, especially in, like, such an early, in the early turns. That's so big because you can get so much damage down on pretty much all of the units. Round or turn 3 here, Whitey decides to put in the Granite Boys, puts in Goliath for some frontline for some frontline tankiness, puts C-Force in the back to tank that Gorilla right off the bat. C-Force is now making okay, so I see what he's doing here a little bit. It looks like those 3 bulwarks leave just enough space for him to put a Sin Alpha in there as well. See how Guziera responds. If he does put in that Rip Lance will tear through a Goliath Titan or comparatively to some other units, so not the worst situation for Guziera.
He did manage to get mud onto the Ophisto here, which is going to help out. One of the best parts about mud into Invoker is actually going to be those gorilla statues. Can start redirecting all the Ophisto beams if you really get it to cast enough. It's not as helpful without things like Indomitable on your Gorilla, but it'll be interesting to see in the future. But Ophisto might get one more cast off. Oof.
I'm kind of surprised he lost that there. It really looked like he was going to be able to take it off. That C-Force just barely not being able to get its cast off probably would have won him the round pretty heavily as well. So a little unfortunate there, but still, I mean, obviously not bad placement from Guizera. So just one of those things. Sometimes it's super close and it works out for you. Sometimes you don't get the biscuit. Look how precise that placement is, though. Like, he set those up round 1, those water bulwarks, and it just barely fits for the send-off. That's kind of insane. I wonder if he's played this so much that he just knows that he can do that? That has to be the case, right? I mean, the guy's been 2-0, hasn't lost a single game in the tournament yet.
This is Whitey, right? Yeah, I mean, he
Yep.
clearly knows what he's doing. You can really see he's playing it. He's playing it hard. Should be interesting.
Is able to get the water stoic links out there as well, so he'll be able to take the gorilla mud stacks and put it on the tank instead of his sea forest. He also has 5 water now, also has 5 bulwark now. So this round he's going to be a lot stronger compared to his strength from the previous round.
We can see the gorilla actually has the energy reduction legendary augment, which is going to give Gwyzera a seriously good chance, especially with the Indomitable on the gorilla. And there's going to be a lot of taunts coming out as well.
I just realized something. The way he has his bulwark set up and the way he has his ranger sitting next to it, they're not able to move at the beginning of the round. So the rogues aren't able to even get onto his backline because the bulwarks aren't stepping up because they're stuck.
Oh, yeah.
That's big brain. I respect that.
Mm.
I haven't seen people. Have you seen people do that? Maybe
How
I
they
just haven't
can't
been
step
playing enough.
forward.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've seen
who
I've seen
the
people.
the invokers?
Yeah, with this specific comp, I've never seen someone do it. I've seen people do it on purpose, but not specifically like the way he has it set up currently.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times because you can't get any rogues onto the back line and you can't hit them with
Yep.
mud. Yeah, I personally don't think rogues should work this way. I think there should be like an extra layer of hexes behind where, for example, in this case, Whitey isn't allowed to play his characters, but rogues would land on there, and that part of the board is created at the start of the game. I don't know how I feel about rogues not being allowed to go behind the enemy at all.
But this is very specific. Like you have to give props and be like, in this scenario, I'm like, okay, that's fair.
Well, it was the same. It was the same problem Blazer Knight Empath had. If you put Blazer Knight in the corner, there's quite literally no way you could get a rogue to touch it. Which I think is rough, but that's just me. How I have countered this before is more often than not, some sort of rogue chip, rogue or composite rogue chip will come up in the legendaries. And if you give one to Monkier and put it on the left and give it other augments, it will actually hit its wave through the entire enemy backline, which is very fun to watch. You just can't kill all the bulwarks. It just takes just too long.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
we're going to see him
The
left on
positioning
15
for
health.
Whitey has been so good too, man. I'm very impressed with this player. We've never seen Whitey compete before either. This is just like some random
For sure. For sure.
doing crazy well. A
Gwyzera
guy loves
is
to
getting
play.
closer, but yeah, it's not quite there.
You can see upgraded Ranger Gauntlet puts the arcane, I believe, suit on to give him some extra Omega power. On top of that, he is going to be hurting now. Like absolutely hurting with the Ranger. Extra energy on his Sin Alf here so he can get to the cast even sooner.
I think Gwyzera has been getting closer. He just needs to be able to take out that second row of bulwarks way faster than he already is. If he has some augments on his damage dealers, he might be able to pull it off. But it's hard to say. That Indomitable Goliath is with the Granite is just so much. And the Siphon
Yeah.
Matrix.
Siphon on top of it. Goodness gracious. You love to see it though. I'm loving this guy's play.
Yeah, so this play with the Gorilla is a lot better. Unfortunately, you're going to get less value from the energy reduce. Oh, the Adorus is going to go down right before the cast.
His gorilla is on the Ophisto though. That's pretty big. And it
The
has
Gorilla should
Indomitable.
cast on it. I know. There we go.
Just gets him down.
Mephisto is down.
He's gonna feel pretty damn good about that one.
I have no idea how he got it onto the Ophisto. Gorilla hits the lowest
Oof.
physical resistance target. Is there a way he reduced the physical resistance on the Ophisto? Oh!
Oh my gosh! Gross!
The gauntlet ends the game.
damage.
2-0 for Whitey. That
That's
is...
Can the mods do something? Can the devs do something? That was crazy amounts of damage.
That's
2-0.
so wild.
2-0 right off the bat like that. Whitey, the man without a face. We have not seen anything from him so far, but up until this point during this tournament, he has not lost a single game. A single game. 2-0 every single person that he's played against.
Yeah, well, Headbone Hay was exactly the same up until dropping 1 to Mindia in a really crazy match that no one saw coming. So this is going to be quite the showdown. And they're using very different teams. Headbone Hay, we've seen a lot of heavy Scion teams, which I've always wanted to see matched up into Invoker. And with Headbone Hay, we've got a lot of your standard stuff, which we've seen the Scion dismantle, as well as the Invoker. So it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this. The man without a face, see if he can pull it off, or Headbone, the man with the crazy team comps, see if he can do what he does best. This will be a best of 5, correct?
Yes, this will be a best of 5.
Okay,
I'll
so
make
this
a
will be a
really
best.
quick announcement in the Discord.
All good. So this is a best of 5. So if we don't get just a full-on sweep 3-0, we should be seeing some of these players actually moving back and forth between this or that team comp. See how the mind games play into that. See how everything plays into that. See if they can stay focused that whole series. See if they can let the pressure not get to them. Man, I don't know. I was really pumped. I'm really pumped to watch Whitey play again. Like, I don't know. I was super pumped for that Headbone Hay Mindia series, but for this finals, I think I might even be more hyped. 2-0 has not lost a single game yet. That's pretty crazy. So, can Whitey 3-0 Headbone Hay? We'll have to see. Or did Whitey have the easier side of the bracket? There's a lot of unknown questions, or a lot of unknown answers to some questions that we're having. Man, I don't even know how to. I can't predict this at all. I can't predict this at all. I have no idea who could win this. Whitey looked like he looked pretty good. Guizera, another player that I haven't been able to watch at all. He didn't play bad by any means. I think he actually played really well. It seemed like Whitey was like one step ahead of him in a lot of the turns, but it didn't seem like Guizera was clueless by any means. So just an interesting match. Going into let us know what you guys think the final is going to be like. Do we think Headbone Hay is going to win? Do we think the unfaced man is Whitey going to win? Let us know in the chat. I'm going to give it. Man, it's so hard to call. It's almost impossible to call, really, because I haven't seen enough of Whitey to.
I personally just
win.
don't know what Scion into Invoker looks like. We're not going to see an Invoker up front. We're seeing oh wait, that's Headbone Haze. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. I have no idea what Whitey's playing.
I'm just gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna go 3-1 Headbone Hay. But I couldn't. It's either 3-1 Headbone Hay or 3-0 from Whitey. I think it's possible Whitey's just a man that's on destruction. 3-1 Headbone Hay though. Let me know what you guys got in the let me know what you got in the chat.
I'm not sure we've seen Headbone Hay use a different team yet. We've got Whitey coming out with the Earth Berserker Ramfire thing. Which we've seen the Scion comp dismantle that more than once. So this should be interesting. We've never seen him put the courage locks this far back. Maybe he's really familiar with the composition.
Yeah, we've never seen this position before. Interesting. Decides to put the suit on the ranger into Whitey's 3 earth, 2 rogue round 1 instead of going for his usual 2 colossus, 2 toxic, and then have like 1 puny unit for some extra damage.
Mm. Let's just say this is gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be very fun to watch. Whitey losing that first round into the Toxic Colossus. See how he plays it from here. Interesting that Bonehay decided to move his Cardulux all the way in the back, letting it walk up instead of placing it in the front to begin with. Bonehay was thinking about putting his Berserkers to cover both rogues, decides to move them up instead, up on the front line. That is a very ballsy play, from my opinion.
I have no idea what's going on. I never like putting the Berserkers right at the front because you need them for the mid game, and they have the risk of just like getting taken out. I think he's fortunate the Rip Lance was dead, well, pretty much dead center, but still.
Yeah, they have the taunts too, though, so it's not like it doesn't make sense at all. It's just interesting placement and doesn't lose a single unit, does a ton of damage. This is a lot of damage done for it only being round 3 or the
Edwin
start of round
Hayes
3.
very much if I don't beat you in 3 rounds, I don't want to beat you at all. Sort of player.
Yeah, I think this team comp is a little bit more flexible than that, but yeah, it still has that same kind of vibe. I know what you mean. Really trying to figure out who he wants to put in here. He really is favoring that air. That 3 air combo. 8 dodge chance, 16 for air units, and energy cost increased for the enemy team by 20%.
I think the dodge chance is really impactful because the Berserkers and Mud and everything rely so much on auto attacks. And
Yep,
having
I
dodge
agree.
across everything, especially on the air, is really good. And it's easy to forget that I think every single air unit has a base dodge chance. Other units do not. None of the non-air units do. So even when you're thinking about that 20 dodge or whatever that's added to the air units, that's on top of the dodge they start off with.
Yeah, I agree completely. And I think we're seeing it here, like, starting to kind of pull away from him. Oh, maybe not. We'll see.
I'm really
Eh,
surprised.
No, he's got 2 hypers. He's good.
Oof. Void Cleaver Cladalist is pretty huge here. But the Grit and Resolve
Yeah,
is just as big. It's hard to say.
I think for Hetbone Hay, he wants this, and then they want Void Cleaver because Hetbone Hay is the one with the Colossus, right?
Mm,
So
true.
that for Hetbone Hay doesn't do as much, and I don't think he minds giving that over.
What do you put the Grit and Resolve on, though? Do you throw it on something like Monkia? You throw it on a damage dealer?
Um, I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't know. I think it's kind of like a better version of Nano Sequencer, right? Oh, well, it has a max stack, so I don't know.
No, but it's completely different because it's grit and resolve. And so I
Oh,
think the
yeah,
max
yeah.
stacks might be like 8, but that can't be that high. It might be like 5, but that you can get them basically almost up to like 100 grit and resolve, which is 100 damage. It's a lot. Outside of people giving like pure damage augments, you're pretty much negating all damage at the 30-second mark. Except for Omegas, obviously. The invulnerable on the Flish taking all the punishment from Ramfire is just really funny.
I agree. It does look like Whitey might be able to start pulling away here, though. He might be able to outscale.
The Ramfire Omega is just so big. So
Yep.
big.
Even with the air units, because it doesn't matter that the first Omega takes so long to get off as long as it gets off.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you have positioning to where you can kill that Ramfire as soon as possible, but then you always have the problem of him just putting the Indomitable on his Ramfire, so there's a lot to think about.
We're going to start to see the Ramfire versus Ramfire. And again, like we saw last time against one of the previous matches, the air is going to be the difference. Headbone Haze Ramfire is simply going to be casting first. Even with augments on there, I think you're going to see Headbone Haze Ramfire just cast first. Okay, he's double augment now, maybe not, but you get the point. Invulnerable Flish is so funny. Killing me.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You see he takes his Cardilux out of there because it wasn't really doing much with that positioning.
Oh.
It doesn't really matter, though. Oh, man. Whitey. This Whitey guy is just an AI.
That's a wild statement.
How crazy would it be if that was true?
Where can I buy this AI to play
That would be
Illuvium for me?
Yeah, that would be absolutely insane.
Oh, that'd be pretty wild.
Okay, puts Vanguard on one of the... Is that one of the fighter links? I see him putting that on there just to get back to that Rip Lance so he can take it out and it's not able to do as much damage. Genuinely not sure if that's actually what it is as well.
This is really funny because I can actually see both screens right now because I've still got Whitey stream sharing with me. It's interesting stuff.
Ooh, puts the lifesteal next to his Ranger and Ramfire, 2 main damage dealers for Whitey. Headbone Hay puts him vulnerable on his Rip Lance, which is not even going to get hit by the Omega, but still dies pretty quickly.
He's getting the energy regen. That is huge. Oh, it's not enough though.
Oh, yeah, and it aggroes onto the dummy gorilla. Unlucky. Headbone Hay with 25 life left. This could be
The
his
energy
last
regen
round.
is such a good play. That is awesome. Make sure the Ramfire casts on the other Ramfire. The problem is that he hasn't stuck to his original plan. He doesn't have the Scion to make the... Oh, the wrong thing. He doesn't have the Scion to make sure his Ramfire does good damage, right?
Yeah, I think he overestimated how much this air would actually do for him. Because think about it, he's sitting on 4 Scion. He's sitting on, oh, okay. He's sitting on 1 fire, 1 water. It feels very disconjointed compared to like the 3 water, 3 fire, 7 Scion with the everything lining up perfectly together. I see what he's going for with this pivot style part of his deck, but I just don't think it works. Not in this specific situation, anyways.
It's a really tough matchup. Placing Indomitable Monk here at the back, which is like the perfect counter to Ramfire, in my opinion. Because he can deal decent damage to it while staying Indomitable. Ramfire cast is not going to be bad, though. Going to take some damage from Riplands, which you hate to see. Is the energy regen going to be impactful enough?
He just doesn't have the damage. There's no way.
Nah, he needs the Scion for the damage, or it's just not going to work.
Whitey pulling it through, man. Okay, so Whitey is a Platinum 3 player. So he's ranked 23 in the world, it's looking like. So, yeah. Very solid player. Surprised I've never heard his nane before. But at the moment, sitting at around 2008 LP, rank 23. Whereas Hetbone Hay is rank 13 with 2050. So very, very similar in ranking.
I would assume that's one of Hetbone Hay's other accounts.
Yes. Rank 13 is just Hetbone Hay.
I'm surprised he's playing on an alt for the tournament. I must assume that it's got something to do with what teams. He probably has different teams and all the different things, and he's prepped this specifically for the tournament in some way.
Okay, so we see a bit of a switch up here. Whitey going into his Water Invoker team, whereas did Hetbone Hay? No, he moved.
He's going
into
Invoker.
Well, it looks like he's going into either Mud, Invoker, or Ramfire. He has a lot of options here. Hetbone Hay really doesn't like to be tied down, bro. He likes to have options on options.
That's like me. I play the same way. I'm not as good at it as he is, but that's how I've been playing lately too.
Not only does he come up with weird, fun team comps, he if you saw, he got a Slayer augment. He doesn't even have Slayer, so it's literally just to like throw someone off. That's all that's there for. And then there was another one, I think, that was also a rogue augment that he used.
Rogue augments are good. I've started just going for them all the time. The freedom of turning something into a rogue is so powerful.
Especially depending on like what the other person's team comp is.
Oh yeah.
Sets them all in the same place perfectly. I wonder if he's using some kind of tool that helps him map out exactly where they're supposed to be placed. Is that not like hard to do? Am I crazy?
What do you mean?
It feels like setting up his units to be perfectly in a row there so that they get stuck like later into the game. That seems like it would be really hard to pull off consistently.
What I sometimes do with things, I'll place the Illuvial that's going to go behind it, and then put the Bulwark in front of it, and then remove that Illuvial because I'm not playing it yet, just so I know I have the exact amount of hexes.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's harder on round 1 because you can't like chuck down a dual F and something else.
But
you can do it.
Again, by the way, like these people playing into Cardalocks round 1 and they know they're just going to lose by the same amount, really don't understand why we're not seeing more people just accepting that round as a loss and then placing or positioning in a favorable matchup the following turn.
Oh yeah. Edwin Hay would have no idea which side to play on.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, I'm not rank 23 or 13, so.
Ooh, Monkia is on him. No mud yet. He's going to prevent that second cast. and
lives with
do
a sliver of
tons of
health.
damage.
Oh yeah.
This is where it gets
Headbone
interesting.
Hay. Yeah, Headbone Hay here showing that he's not a one-trick pony. He can play whatever. That being said, Whitey's team is going to scale harder than Headbone Hay, so he really needs to get this done before his invokers can really start popping off and scaling. Decides to put in the sea forest here. This guy is crazy, bro. This guy cooks. This guy cooks, man. Dude, I love watching this guy play. I don't know why he's doing it, but it makes sense and it works. Like, so funny. Decides against it last second. Puts in the Slayer augment. Puts in the bro. This guy
Oh my
is
god.
crazy. He's cooking. He's let him cook.
This is so cruel. He's left a spot. They all fit in there. Kill him.
That's what she said. But yeah, they're really like this dude's really cooking. I don't think it's gonna. He may have cooked a little too hard.
Yeah.
It ain't edible, boy.
You can't go on the granite sea for us. So funny.
Dude, I love to see it though. That's so great. I love watching this guy play. It may have not been the best move, but it was the most entertaining. That's all that really matters anyways, right?
No, yeah. Unfortunately, he showed his hand now, but it really should have happened next turn.
I agree. He definitely should have pulled that out later into the game. I think he may have gotten a little antsy. I actually think Gnarl would have been really good here into the invokers. I'm surprised he didn't do that instead.
This is what I was hoping to see. I have a feeling the dual F is in this team for Invoker. The easiest way to get to that Ophisto.
Yeah, but where's his front line now?
He doesn't need one. The Bulwarks don't do that much damage.
Yeah, but the invokers do.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's a front line or not. The invokers hit whatever's low on health for the most part. It was gonna hit
I don't like
Lance
that logic.
either way.
Yeah, but what about Dwellef? He's a 100 mastery point unit when you could have like
We're gonna run back.
I don't know. Let's see what he's cooking. I don't think it's edible, but I'd love to be proven wrong. I really would.
Oh no.
Completely cut
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't think this is edible.
He's done so many changes now. He's got like no mastery points.
This guy, dude, I don't care what anybody says. If anybody talks bad about Hetbone, you have to deal with me, bro, because this guy is so much fun to watch. I love this kid.
Got nothing
So
left, Jimbo.
funny, dude.
He's so screwed.
I don't care, bro. I love it. I'm trying to line up.
No. What you do is you give Dual F the rogue, and then it jumps back right and shoots the beam through the back line.
Oh my gosh, yes, that's actually such. I'm not even joking. That's actually such a based idea. That would it not only is that like funny, that might actually work. I actually think it would work 100% for at least one round. This is such a fun series. I love it. Let's go. All right, Whitey's got all of his like base units in there. He's got the invokers, he's got the bulwarks, he's got the water. Decides to just add augments instead of placing another unit in. I don't think he needs another unit in. I think just playing it safe here.
He did drag out the Goliath, which is exactly what he needed to do. Unfortunately,
yeah, I think
Hetbone
messed up a little bit too much too early. Spent so many mastery points taking things off the board, doing this and that, cooking a little too hard. Yeah, he was just too far behind. But again, dude, love watching Hitbone play, dude. This guy's content.
Such a good match.
And with that, Whitey is up 2-0 and brings it to game point. Another thing I want to say real quick, just by the way, guys, Whitey has not lost a single game yet. Just so we're all clear, Whitey has not lost a single game at all. I feel like you should take it off of his thing.
Take what off of his thing?
You're on Hitbone Hayes' screen.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm sure the stream delay is like enough, so that doesn't matter.
Oh
but
my
just
god, I hit
case.
the wrong button.
But yeah, what do you think about this series so far, dude? He cooked, but again, it was just he wasn't cooking the right thing.
Oh yeah, it was so good.
So good.
I thought the first change was probably fine. He didn't make the right change, but I think he needed to change. And then he had to change 2 or 3 times because he kept stuffing it up. I think the dual F was the play. He took too long to get to that point. That last round, I think he had just about the right setup, but his dual F just wasn't quite doing enough damage. His front line didn't last long enough. It just wasn't quite there. It was close, but not quite there.
Yeah, I completely agree. Here we see Whitey is playing the exact same team comp, and Hepbone, my man, still in the kitchen cooking. He's pulling out this weird team. I only saw a glimpse of it, but there's a ton of air. So that's going to be really good into this comp that has 5 water, so they'll be able to get their hyper pretty much instantly. Let's pull it up, see what we're working with.
Oh no!
Look at
There's the anti-invoker team.
Yeah, dude, I love it. I love it.
Here we go. Let's see if it works. I haven't seen this matchup in ages.
Yeah, dude, this is going to be a fun one. This is going to definitely be a fun one. I also don't know who wins this round 1, if the 3 water bulwark wins or if I would assume 3 air wins, right? Especially if you keep
they get
Tuck
hyper.
safe.
It's actually the Doka that's the difference here. I think the Doka kills it. Oh, he gets Enchanter too.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, Enchanter with the 2 on Omega Enchanter units grant their allies a shield for 6 seconds, deal pure damage in an 18 hex area around those allies. So 110 shield and 100 pure damage every 6 seconds. Which is pretty big for a round 1, right? Like, that's no joke.
Oh yeah. But it's only big if you have a lot of Illuvials, which he did in this case.
And as we said earlier, the hyper you get that pretty much right off the bat.
Oh, very quick. Very, very quick.
The double enchanter on round 1 is pretty strong too, right? Because you're getting 100 pure damage.
Well, most people run the bird enchanter with the gauntlet, the big bird, Kukaref, for a different team. And it's not as good as you'd think. The problem is that you need lots of Illuvials to make it work. In this case, he has a specific setup where all the Illuvials surround the enemy, and that's why it did so much damage. But in the other setup with Kukaraf, it doesn't do it that way.
I will say, like, I think in this specific scenario, it actually will work really well too, because we've seen Whitey likes to play this team comp the same way every time into late game. He's going to have them all clumped up, so having 2 enchanters, but like a ton of them, would be really well for him. But it looks like he's switching it up, wants to go for the Ramfire into this air team, which I actually think is a good play, but he might not hit any of them here. So we'll see if he's able to they might just be inside of the Ramfire Omega. Let's see. The Cukref is Cook. Ooh, that's
took
unlucky.
it as well.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
And the Thorns will actually take out the Doka there.
Yeah, I forgot Whitey had a Ramfire. I actually think this Ramfire is really smart into this team comp, obviously. That could throw a wrench in his plan, but let's see.
Well, he's getting up the air. He's got 7 now. He had 4 before. So a big difference, especially on the Kukulaf and Kukulus, since the more they dodge, the more energy they steal. And so in theory, if he puts the Kukulaf and the Ramfire attacks it, the Ramfire might actually just lose energy, a lot of energy, which would be crazy.
I'm interested in why he played that round one the same way, because you know that they're going to be playing this air team. If you're going to be putting in Ramfire, why wouldn't you just set up that turn one a little bit differently? I guess
Um,
that's really nitpicking, but
this air team isn't super duper common. Like, there's the occasional player that plays it. The problem is that it doesn't do particularly well against things that aren't Invoker. But it's not super common, so Whitey might have never seen it before and not really knowing what to expect. I definitely think that's
yeah,
possible.
that's fair. But if he's going to play the Ramfire, there's no reason to stack them up like that. But again, like you said, this hindsight is 2020. It's really easy to say that as a commentator and
Well,
not
that's what I'm
actually playing
saying. I'm
the
not
game.
entirely sure he knew he was going to play the Ramfire.
Oh, I see. I see.
He probably put on the 3 Bulwarks and was like, what is this damage? Like, what do I do? Do I play the Invokers? I think he had kind of that thought and was like, okay, I better do Ramfire.
Yeah, that's fair.
I could be wrong.
No, that's definitely what happened. I just feel like um that seems, especially for a really good player like Whitey, I feel like he
Hmm.
should have picked that up round one before it even happened. But again, easy to say that after the fact.
The Atipo, he gave it the energy removal. And so even if you give energy augments to Ramfire right now, it might half cancel it out. So that should be fascinating to see.
Pure damage and attack speed as well on the fighter air links
Oh, for sure.
to
I
take
can't.
out
Can
that
you
Ramfire.
bring up its Omega? I can't quite remember what it does. It does some cool stuff. Because the pure damage will probably count on its Omega, since its Omega attacks 5 times.
When they dodge an attack, they gain 30 physical attack damage for 4 seconds. That's kind of crazy. That's crazy with a 7 air team. Dude, this guy, Headbone Hay is cooking, boy.
Ramfire is taking
I
so
love that.
long to get that cast off. It is going to pull it off.
Oh, it barely gets onto his air links, but it looks like he's still good to go.
It's dodging so much.
Oh man, he did. It's such a smart play, man. Such a smart play, but it just barely isn't enough.
Yeah, the Vermi. I believe the Vermi does reduce Omega power on Omega.
Yeah, and he was expecting that his air links to meet the Ramfire, and it made, obviously they were the last 2 units. So if he gets it onto the Ramfire right away, I wonder if that changes the way that the game plays out.
Not having the Atipo's Siphon Matrix hit it was a really big impact too, if you ask me. He needs to
Yeah,
drain
man.
that initial energy.
There's so much going on here. Like there's so many high level like thought processes being played out right now. Puts on the endurance
Yeah,
matrix onto his frontline cuck.
yeah. The
Siphon
resist on
matrix. Yeah.
Kukulaf is good. It's very, very good. Because Ramfire can't kill it. It just drains its own energy and gets stun locked. Unless it can Omega it to death. And with the resistance, it can't. What's important is killing everything else. Does it even matter if you kill everything else, right?
The Sinalf just draining the Kakaraf of its life.
Mm,
The Air Lynx is still alive for now.
the
I
hyper
don't think it's
helps.
gonna be enough. Not gonna be enough for sure. Oh man, I love using the Air Lynx as a carry like that though. Like that is so ingenious.
It feels like the Airlings is not doing much damage with its Omega. I can't help but think that that's a bug, especially since I don't think it's applying the pure damage on the 5 attacks it says it does. Unless it doesn't do 5 attacks, and I'm remembering that wrong.
Wait, what do you mean?
All of the fighter Lynx's Omegas state in the Omega, this Lynx attacks 5 times and does this amount of damage per hit. But I don't think it's triggering the pure damage on the 5 hits.
So what I'm looking at here says Relentless Suffering Lynx mauls the target for 550
Okay.
Omega power.
So I'm
and
thinking of
heals
one
for
of
30%.
I'm thinking of one of the other Lynxes. And that
Yep.
explains that then. Yeah, it's really not doing much damage. Those Scion Lynxes are just so much better.
Yeah, and it sucks too because the way he has it set up, the 7 air, it's giving it extra dodge chance. So with the 7 air, he has a 32 dodge chance. Every time he dodges, he gets what was it? 30 physical attack damage for 4 seconds. Like the thought process that went behind this team comp just makes so much sense, and it sucks seeing it not work out. I love to watch it, but he did get the Ramfire down, so this looks like his turn to win.
Oh, for sure. The Cookraf's
Yeah.
indestructible after the Ramfire goes down. Oh, no way!
My god. Wow. Wow. Gives Whitey his first loss of the tournament. Hetbone, hey. You love to see it, brother. Let's see what happened here. So he locked up the Ramfire just long enough. See, that's what I would have done from the start. Put his air links over to where the Ramfire is so he can kill it right off the bat.
Well, he could only do it with the Cookless because it locked it in a stun right when it was going to cast.
Yeah, but it's been
he
there
actually
the
got
whole
really,
turn,
really good
hasn't it?
timing on it.
I see. Yeah, dude, love to see that. Let's go, Hetbone. Hey, I mean, I'm not picking favorites again. I just loved how he had that air links in there. Just another example of yes, the meta makes sense, but there's so much to this game. You can really, really, really have some fun with some unique team comps that just a lot of people aren't picking up and playing because they want to play the meta decks. And again, as I said, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you can come up with these off meta team comps, you can throw off so many really good players and they won't have an answer to it because they haven't played against it. So
Yeah, I don't. That thing only works so far. I don't know how it does against mud and that sort of stuff. Maybe it does really well. He was fortunate that he managed to beat out the Ramfire, which is quite surprising in some sense. But he played it really well and he managed to take the kill. Maybe he was biding his time that entire thing. Maybe you go, I'm not going to put all my Illuvials at the back. I'm not going to try and kill the Ramfire because if I don't kill him with that move, he moves it and I lose. And so he's getting all the augments up and stuff like that so that when he does do it, it's enough damage. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, I'll definitely be talking to him after the tournament. I really want to see where his head's at with all this stuff. Dude, Headbone Hay, W for Headbone Hay, W for Whitey as well though. Two players like Whitey, we haven't seen much from, but it's been really fun to watch him. And Whitey coming in with his own interesting team comp. I don't think you guys were able to see, but it also had a lot of air in it. Hetball and Hay deciding not to switch out team comps, but runs it back with the same exact comp. I really want to see what Whitey's answer to this was because it looked interesting. They're both cooking. This is probably the best finals we've had. These players are absolutely cooking.
Oh, they're using such fun stuff too. That's just my favorite part.
Yeah, I agree. Headbone Haig deciding to start off the round the exact same way he did last time. I love this idea with the double enchanter into well, specifically into the last turn one that Whitey had. It was just so good into them all clumped up together. I'm not sure how Whitey is going to play this turn one here though. Because number one, I couldn't really see his team, and I'm not sure how. Okay, so that's kind of what I was figuring. Put in double rogue air Graco. See how that works. Get a quick look into his team as well. Looks like he has a. Were those mud or were they earth? The monkeys.
Not sure. On whose team?
Whiteys.
Not sure. Oh, the gauntlet's pretty
Ooh,
huge.
yep.
Oh, he gets one blind and a good dodge. It's going to be the difference.
Yeah, I think if the burst damage from Whitey's gauntlet would have hit the fighter in a way where it splashed onto the ranger and it was very close, he could have won that first round, but just barely loses it. Not too big of a deal. Only takes 80 life. Whitey though has the fire gauntlet. Interesting choice there. I'm assuming he has a ramfire or something in there to bond with that.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just so interested in what they're gonna do next. I'm just sitting here like waiting.
I'm so excited. Doubling down on Rogue. They're quite a different comp. Even though they both got a lot of air, they're quite a different comp.
Yeah, Whitey's got the 4 rogue, 2 bulwark.
The Enchanter is doing some pretty decent work here. But he's just outnumbered. Or he feels outnumbered at least. Oh, he gets off one last cast, giving him a really helpful shield. Gonna waste that Mjol Omega though, unfortunately.
Yeah, probably could have taken out that other Lynx, but again, super close. Wouldn't have made too much of a difference. The front line of Erativo, stage 1. Now he has his relentless fighter links. And finally, it has the 7 air, 3 fighter, 2 enchanter, 2 rogue. Again, it looks like he's going to build up this fighter links that he has in the back here to be his carry again.
Allura. So he didn't actually pull off 6 rogue. He's got 3 bulwark now, 3 earth, 5 air. And Headbutt Hair actually has 7 air now, which is going to be really good for survivability, which is going to be extra good for Enchanter. So we're seeing this play out exactly that way. I'm surprised Allura has taken so much damage at this point. Oh,
Yeah, there's an argument to be made here as well for Whitey's 3 earth to have been better than like 7 air. Just because of the auto attackers from Ref does a lot of damage with his auto, and then mostly that air links. We'll see if that plays out for him. Didn't look too strong there, but he doesn't have any of these doesn't have any of his carries in it, I don't think.
yeah, I keep forgetting that even though we only have the synergy for 2 Enchanter, Headbutt Hair actually has 3 Enchanters on the board because the Ranger and the 2 birds. And that's why it's getting triggered so often. And the Enchanter trigger has nothing to do with the individual Illuvials. It is flat numbers just when they cast. Very, very simple. So if you can get them to cast often, it's pretty impactful.
The classic Hitbone Hay thrown in that dinky unit up front with the invulnerable and indomitable. That's going to buy him a lot of time. Upgrades, doesn't upgrade Gauntlet. Decides to put the suit on and then takes it away. Probably going to favor just more augments on top of it.
Yeah, stacking up the Illuvials here is crazy because when you're going to use that enchanter, do so much damage.
Oh yeah.
Here we go. They're gonna aggro onto Ramfire. Let's see if it's enough. Not convinced. Kukuraf could
If he was
not
able,
Omega fast enough.
yeah, if he had just a little bit of energy on his Kukuraf, that was definitely an easy win.
Mm.
But didn't have the augments to buff up his links, so definitely still has a chance. Whereas Whitey already put both energy augments onto his Ramfire. I mean, I still have no idea who's gonna win, but I don't think it's over yet for Ball and Hay.
He's stacking them all up next to the Ramfire. It's clear he's betting on being able to take it out fast enough. It worked out for him last game, but without an energy augment for Kukuraf, I don't know. He needs Kukulus gets up the augment, Omega a little bit faster, I think. He needs Kukulus to hit it. Oh yeah, Ramza points out, you were talking about how Earth might be better than Air a little bit in the matchup, but Air units actually get hyper against the Earth, which is pretty helpful.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that either. I mean, you have the Inferno there taking away a little bit of that, but still, like, it's not anything to write home about.
Oh, it's just too much damage.
Yeah,
This
I mean,
could be game.
yeah,
And there we
Whitey
go.
3-1.
The series ends. Whitey takes the victory. He just didn't have enough damage to take out the Ramfire. He got surprisingly close between all the air, the energy reduced augment, but he just couldn't stun it, blind it, anything. It just wasn't quite enough. He got close, but not quite any cigar. So with that, the tournament is over. Our new champion is Whitey, which has been in a previous Inferno, I believe, but we have not seen him in top 8 recently, or not that I remember at least. So that is our final match for the day. Hope you guys enjoy the game. Hope you guys enjoy the stream. Is there anything you want to talk about before we wrap this one up, Jimbo?
No, just incredible performance from Whitey. Only lost one game the entire series. For a second there, it looked like he wasn't going to lose any games the entire series. So congrats to him. It was a pleasure to watch you play Hetbone Hay. Always a pleasure. He'll be getting the extra $50 for fun team comps or whatever. So yeah, not much I want to say other than that, except thank you guys so much for watching again. Make sure to follow the official Illuvium Inferno Twitter at Illuvium Inferno. And that's all I have to say. It was a fun time once again. We'll be back at it next week. So if you missed this week, be sure to stay up to date by following me, Scoriax, the official II Twitter, so you can stay up to date as fast as possible.
And we always announce it in the Wildfire Discord as well. So turn notifications on and you will not miss that. We'll probably do 128s more often. This tournament actually went pretty quick, about 5 hours, and we probably could have done it a little bit faster. So that's really good to see. I'm looking forward to the future. I think we're getting more organized with how we announce things and stuff like that. But while there's holidays and everyone's catching up and getting back to work, it is going to be a little bit jumbled. Up until then, don't forget to join the Phantom tournament or go and watch it on their stream when they stream that tournament soon. And until then, have a good day. And I'm probably going to jump into the arena. So if you come up against me in ranked, just surrender. I appreciate it. Have a good one, guys.